Good morning. Thank you all. And I would like to extend my thanks for the invite and for the invitation to participate with you all and to share with you all my experience about the energy poverty. I spent a month and a half without any electricity. It happened in 2012 on the eve of the Epiphany's Day. So Endesa, which is an electricity company in Spain, cut the service. And I talked to a lady of the company and I asked her what I had to do in order to have electricity again. And she told me that I had to fill a document, that I had to undergo a bureaucratic process, and I thought that it was not fair because Endesa wanted to stop the service. So I started to fight against this ludicrous service, and I talked to. I filed a complaint, and the assistant told me that they would help us, but I didn't have any money to pay for the bills, and I had two little children that would go to bed without any electricity, and this is where all my battle against the oligopoly and the big companies started. And then I met EAPN, which is the European Against Poverty Network. EPN was born 2 years ago. And I'm going to talk about this network. So we are an assembly movement that was born in 2014 that fights for the right of the families. And we put administrations and big companies under pressures. These big companies are oligopoly. So we organize assemblies, we carry out consultations, we meet up every fortnight, and we try to accompany people so that they can know about their problems and solve them. And what's most, to help other companies in order to fight against all these big giants of the industry. Together, we are even bigger than all these companies. So we mobilize, we take actions, we protest, and we protest in front of administrations. We hang posters, and sometimes we have even slept in front of the administrations. We stay there until the problem is solved. Then we organize meetings and panels to raise awareness about our fight and to avoid that people suffer from this energy poverty. We have other social media. We have Instagram, Facebook. Then we have another website called suficienciaenergetica.com and other channels. About energy poverty, 17% of the Spanish population is suffering from this energy poverty. All these people have problems to maintain their houses in good conditions. And by that I mean that they don't have to suffer from heat during summer or from cold during winter. Throughout all these years, we have achieved 10 substantial victories, I would say. And among others, we have avoided that 200,000 suspensions of services have been put into place. And that's thanks to the existing law. Then we collected 50,000. We were supposed to collect 50,000 signatures in order to amend the existing law, and we collected 150,000 signatures in the Catalonia region. And so, thanks to that, all these vulnerable families cannot be suspended from the service. And then we have undertaken collective action in order to put administrations and big companies under pressure. From February 2014, we have carried out different collective consultations, and we have helped families to avoid energy poverty. In March 2014, we signed a collective agreement with the Spanish electricity company called Endesa, and thanks to that, many people were cancelled their debts, especially those vulnerable people. And then in the metropolitan area of Barcelona, we achieved the cancellation of debt for many people that couldn't pay the water bill. Some colleagues were denounced. The water company had lodged a complaint against all these three people, but then it withdrew it, and in doing so, we achieved the cancellation of this debt. And apart from that, we have been able to install over 1,000 social water meters. And I'm talking about the region of Catalonia. And all in all, we try to make people understand that it's not possible to live under energy poverty, that we have to take our battle against all these oligopolies. And then some years ago, a colleague was in trouble. So some workers from Endesa pretended that they were about to file a complaint against her, that he would be suspended from the service, but we were able to put all this procedure to an end. And we want to make people aware that the EAPN exists, that we are active ever since, and that this is our fight. Thank you very much. We are sorry, but we cannot hear the speaker from the booth. So, these are our demands. And we want people to be able to pay for the electricity bill. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Domi, por...
Thank you so much, Domi, for explaining your work at your organization. This is an incredible work, and it's very useful for us to reinforce our demands in front of the European Parliament.
And I'm going to give the floor to our next panelists. Fernando from EAPN will be moderating the next session, and we will have Véronique Marx from DG Energy 1 from the European Commission, and we will also have Tuscany Bell from EPSU and Louise from the Regulatory Assistant Project. And this is a very easy question that we've asked for this panel, that is like how to achieve a truly just transition. So please.
Hello, welcome everyone. Join, please. Cool. I think you guys have one microphone each, so that it's easy. And for you, okay. So welcome once again, and welcome to everyone on the stage. Thank you for this wonderful time. I think we are a small group today, so it's going to be easy to also talk to each other, because that's the idea of this session now, this kickoff session, let's say. We're not here to only hear our experts, but we are mainly here also to interact with them, to question them, to disagree with them if necessary, and of course also to propose positive ideas that we have also the commission on our side here, so it would be great to provide some sort of insights to bring home. So that's a bit of, let's say, setting with the ground. So let me first start with introducing myself. So my name is Fernando Chironda, and I'm a policy officer at the EPN, the European Anti-Poverty Network. And I'm very glad to be here to moderate this section with these amazing speakers here. I had a very intense week last week, work-wise. So usually I tend to improvise when I have the privilege of, let's say, moderating sessions. But this time, since I didn't have time really to rest enough, so I had to write down some things. So it might be some time that I need to just read them. So bear with me on that. So I was just saying that we are here actually to discuss one of the pressing issues that Europe is facing, which is about, among others, of course, but issue of energy poverty, which is, as you know, one of the challenges, especially since the, let's say, the invasion of Russia in Ukraine, the sort of energy prices and everything that comes with it. So we find, let's say, we could somehow touch the sense of the urgency that we have when it comes not only about, let's say, the cost of the energy in itself, but also the challenge when it comes to the transition that we are heading to. So today we're gonna discuss about that and the let's say especially we're gonna try to focus a little bit on the question of how can the Fit for 55 package align climate actions with social goals, of course, to effectively tackle energy poverty. So this is more or less sort of the guides that I will kind of bring in here, and from time to time, of course, I will also launch the word to yourself there. But before we dig into that, let me properly introduce our guests in the stage. So we have Veronica Marx here with us. So Veronica is essentially, I have to write down so that I don't miss anything. So that's why I'm gonna read again. So Veronica is actually the team leader for just transition and energy poverty in the Directorate-General for Energy and for Energy, of the European Commission in Brussels. And then I have here also on my right side, Tuscany Bell. So Tuscany Bell is a policy officer for utilities, including energy, waste, and water at EPSU. So for those who doesn't know EPSU is one of the, let's say, leading, how do you say this? Oh my gosh, unions, sorry, in Europe. So welcome and thank you very much. And then we have Louise Sunderland, which is the managing principal within RAP European program, if I'm not mistaken. So Louise has a very, let's say, consolidated background when it comes to in energy, in buildings, and energy poverty alleviation. So we are very much glad to have you here and to hear also what you have to tell us. So let's set some rules for everyone before we enter to the point. So you guys here are gonna have 15 minutes each to kind of intervene and share with us your insights. So we will start with Veronica. So we're gonna hear a little bit what she brings us here, also because you represent institutions. So we are keen to hear what the European institutions are planning to do or have been doing, and what is gonna be our future, considering also the new commission in there. So after that, after Veronica speaks, I will bring the floor to the panel, to the public, because I wanted to hear from you your first reactions on what Veronica will be saying, and then after that, I will pick the floor to the table again, and then we will hear some sort of first round in terms of let's say reactions from you, Louise, and Tuscany as well. So that's more or less how it goes. When I will bring the word to you guys, we're gonna take 2, maximum 3 questions for this first round, and then we're gonna go, as I said. After that, we will have more space for kind of Q&A and also keep discussing ourselves. So that's more or less to set the grounds in terms of rules. So here we go. Maybe I can start with you, Veronica, but let me just bring you some numbers here. So we know that energy poverty remains one of the biggest challenges at the EU level, as we were saying, affecting an estimated numbers of 35 to 72 million people, which means 8 to 60% of the population, according to the data that I could manage to find from the Commission. So that means that these people are actually not able oftentimes to, keep warming their homes adequately. And of course, this has, of course, impacts as well, not only in terms of health, but also in terms of quality of life, etc. But I also know that the Commission have been doing quite some work, especially in the last mandate. We have several, let's say, policies and tools that are out there. For example, we of course, we already mentioned the 55 package, but also we have the Energy Efficient Directive, Energy Market Design Directive, the Energy Performance Building Directive, the Gas Directive, the Social Climate Funds, etc., etc., etc. So with all this in mind, so we know that these frameworks are there, which is good, but at the same time, we see that the successful of these policies, they actually rise when they reflect the equity, inclusiveness, and fairness, etc., in their implementation. But it's also what it warns me a bit more is that now we see that the new commission that is coming has been pushing a lot on this sense of competitiveness, which might somehow undermine a bit of, the previous, let's say, commitments that it has. So, in your view, having all this in mind, of course, do you think that Europe has been doing enough to achieve a truly just transition? If so, what are the main challenges in implementing, for example, the 55 provision on energy poverty, and how should we address this challenge if they are?
Okay. No, thank you, Fernando, and welcome to everyone. I'm very happy to be here this morning. I actually prepared a bit of a presentation on what we've been doing over the past year, so I don't know whether you want me to go straight into your question or I should go through a bit explaining what has been done.
You can manage as you prefer.
Okay. Well, maybe just quickly go through it, but I don't want to bore you because I'm sure you're all very much aware of it. But just putting things a little bit into the kind of energy policy landscape context, I do think that the European Green Deal has been a very ambitious strategy that the European Commission adopted in 2019 when at that moment, new Commission arrived. And it proposed a climate law, which basically all member states signed, committing them to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. I think that's a very big challenge, but it's a very ambitious challenge. But I think it really a milestone in our climate and energy policy. To achieve that, of course, they also agreed that at least they should reach 55% of greenhouse gas emission reduction by 2030. So that's an intermediate target, which then led to a whole package of new legislative proposals, which we call the Fit for 55, so make Europe fit to achieve this 55% reduction, with a lot of different legislative proposals trying to achieve that. So proposals in the transport sector, in the energy sector, climate sector, so emission trading system, and so on. This Fit for 55 package has now been adopted. So the co-legislators, the Parliament and the Council, have agreed on all these proposals, which means that those proposals have now, under maybe with some variations or changes, brought in through the negotiation process, have now becoming law. And member states now have an obligation to implement what is in those proposals. But I also think it's important then, okay, take another step back. Unfortunately, then in 21, we were hit with an energy crisis, which also resulted in a war at our borders, putting into question our energy security. So all this package was a bit bumpy, but also pushed forward through that event. With the Commission adopting the Repower EU plan to end our dependency on Russian fossil fuels. So there was a lot of emphasis on how we can save energy, how we diversify our supplies, but also accelerating the clean energy transition, because by having renewable energy, rather than having to import fossil fuels from Russia, we could at the same time become independent of these Russian imports, increase our energy security, but also work towards this decarbonization goal that we all have for 2050, or in an intermediary step for 2030. A lot of money was also put into that. There was this Recovery and Resilience Fund, which initially was adopted after COVID, but kind of then also served the purpose to put in place or to implement this Repower EU package. We talk a lot of money here. I have some figures, 225 billion euros for loans, 20 billions in additional grants that were put into helping member states put in place this push forward the clean energy transition. But I do think it was also important that the social elements were not completely left out. I mean, it was a real recognition that energy poverty was increasing because the prices of energy were increasing, which means that more and more members or more and more households in the EU were not able to afford the energy that they needed to have a comfortable life in their homes. We have seen the figures increasing since 21, and we now more or less stand around 10.6%. That's the figure we normally use, which is around 47 million people in the EU, which are 47 too many, and we're all aware of that. So in addition, in this 50 or 55 package, more and more these kind of social elements were also introduced to really ensure that there was more of a fair and just transition, and people were not left behind in the push to renewable energy and to energy security. I have here also in my notes all the achievements that we have done, but maybe I'm skipping that because we have already achievements in terms of the Repower EU plan, so that we actually did increase a lot of the renewable energy. We increased our energy efficiency, while we still have a lot of way to go, but I think a lot has been done. But maybe we should focus a little bit more on the social elements here, because that's what we are here to discuss, so the energy poverty. So in those legislation of this Fit for 55 package, as you already announced them, there were many, many different legal acts that have now been adopted and that need to be implemented. And I just want to elaborate a little bit on what actually is in that legislation that needs to be implemented, on how you can protect better vulnerable consumers and energy poor people, while also empowering them to be more active in this energy transition. So we have an energy efficiency directive that was changed, which saw, of course, an increase in our ambition to become more energy efficient, but it also introduced other elements. For example, for the first time, it introduced a definition of what it actually means to be energy poor. We haven't had this until now, and it seems perhaps a very trivial thing to do, but it's actually very important, because for once we speak the same language in the EU about what it means. It obliges member states to achieve energy savings from energy poor people. And also, again, it sounds maybe very trivial, but it's a very important tool to make sure that actually the investments for better energy efficiency, for better housing and access to energy efficient appliances, are actually to those population groups that have difficulty paying for it themselves. We then have also the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. That directive overall aims to achieve emission reductions from buildings, because they constitute a large part of the greenhouse gas emissions that we do have still in the EU. And it's only by renovating houses and making them more energy efficient, more isolated and so on, that we can actually reduce those emissions. But also here there's a very important social element to it, because many times, unfortunately, in those houses that are less well insulated, poor people live. And those people don't have the funds themselves to invest into improving the energy efficiency of their own housing. So also under the EPBD, the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, there is an emphasis on that member states first need to tackle the lowest performing houses where the more vulnerable people live. And making them more energy efficient, which means that those people living in them need to spend less money on actually heating their homes, because they are better insulated. Then we have a whole package which is more of a, let's say, retail market framework. So that's the gas directive, but also the electricity market design directive. There, the main aim was really to kind of improve the retail market, so the way the market works in energy. But in addition to that, it's really about protecting the most vulnerable consumers and empowering consumers to be able to produce their own electricity in an easier way, to become prosumers, to share energy with their neighbors, or to join an energy community. For example, when it comes to protection, in both directives, member states have an obligation to ensure that vulnerable people or energy poor people are not disconnected from electricity nor from gas. So that's also a big advancement because it puts a lot of responsibility also to the Western member states. They need to be in contact with the energy suppliers and work together to make sure that people are not disconnected. In addition, there was also adoption of a social climate fund. The purpose of the fund was to counterbalance possible negative impacts that the introduction of an emission trading system on road transport fuels and heating fuels, fossil fuels, could have on vulnerable people. By making those fossil fuels more expensive, we see again this impact that those people who cannot afford actually to switch away from fossil fuels to renewable heating sources, for example, will be disadvantaged and they will have to bear the costs of the increase of the prices. So the purpose of the Social Climate Fund is to actually help those people receive the necessary investments so that they can move away from the fossil fuels. So it's a bit of a dual purpose, improving the uptake of renewable heating, for example, but in addition to make sure that those who cannot pay for it themselves get the support from public funds. And then all together, kind of put together, we have the governance regulation that kind of puts the chapeau of the framework of this together. I think we can skip the next slides because I have actually already introduced it quite a lot. But again, this can be shared. If anyone is interested, I can share this presentation. It gives a bit more information about the different types and what it actually is included in this legislation. Now, actually, today is the first working day of our new commission. So now I have new bosses. But it's very clear that energy poverty will remain an important part of the work that we are doing. Perhaps even a more important part than it has been, because as I explained, the energy crisis kind of pushed the agenda, unfortunately, forward because it really meant that more people were suffering in the EU, and there was much more a reality check on that from 21 onwards. But the situation is still not very great. The prices have come down, but they're still very high. So we, of course, will see how the figures evolve, but it's very clear that still too many people in the EU can be considered energy poor. And that's very clear in the mandate that the new commissioner has received from the president. We are now, this is the second day, so it's a bit still too early to really give too much information on that, but we know that the commission, we are working on an action plan for affordable energy. We expect that it will come more or less. We always refer to the first 100 days of the commission, so that's a little bit the time frame that we probably will be looking at. We also know that there's an emphasis on developing an anti-poverty strategy that will also include energy poverty. And the Commissioner for Energy and Housing, who has the double portfolio of energy and housing, so he has a real mandate to work on energy poverty measures, to develop an affordable housing plan, and we are working on a citizens' energy package. So it's all in the making. It's still a bit, as I said, a bit too early to go into details, but a lot of work is ongoing and will be ongoing in the next months for that. And I can just underline that energy poverty is and remains a very important issue for the Commission, and we take this very seriously. So that's it from my side.
Great. Thank you very much, Veronica. You even spare some time from your time slot, so that's very good. I mean, we're gonna go back a little bit on the question on. I have let's say some sort of surprise question on your new bosses, as you call the new how do you call it, the new colleagues, the new bosses, the new commissioners. Yes. So we're gonna go back to that because I think there is a interesting discussion to maybe we can have there. But let me just bring this back to you guys as well. Just, I mean, Veronica was mentioning different things, different tools, different policies that were being put in place. And among all this, the thing that she said, I think one of the key important aspect was the fact that she mentioned that we finally had the definition of energy poverty and a more coherent, of course, way at the EU level, which is of course something that is it helps also us to in terms of legal framework to kind of build blocks on, especially the national level, with considering the same language. But again, also she spoke about the responsibility also of member state that is put in within this different legislation. But I know that most of us here also come from different countries, so it would be interesting also to hear your feedback, how these policies are reflecting at the national level, for example, how they are, member states are taking literally those or transferring these EU policies at the national level, for example, because we know that in some cases that's not often the case. Sorry for the repetition of the word, but I'm just gonna bring this to you. So I don't know if there is anyone there who wanna, yes, I have first, second, okay. Let's start with these two and then we go to the third one. So we have 3 questions. So we can start with the first one up there, yes. And then we go to the middle here. There was one here and then, okay, so you can go ahead.
Okay, I have the microphone, yay. Thank you very much for this presentation. So just to answer your question about what is being done at national level, my name is Harika. I work for the city of Brussels. So we have a project called Empower. I'm coordinating that project and I think it's really interesting. We are seizing the occasion that is offered to us by this new framework, this new legal framework that opens a little space where citizens are not only consumers of energy, but can become producers and even sellers of their own energy. So this is a very interesting occasion for us to show as cities, as municipalities, what can be our role in strengthening these citizen-based energy production. So we are wanting to create more energy sharing mechanisms and energy communities in the neighborhoods of the city of Brussels. We are also working with Schaerbeek and Ixelles. So this is really a pilot project. I invite all those interested to come and see me, so I can invite you in August 2026 to see what happened with this project. But I'm very excited to work on that, especially in finding new, innovative, experimental solutions to energy poverty, also creating more local resilience. So yeah, hopefully we will do something from that. So let's try to keep with those policies that are more urgent than never, and please let's not go back. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I would ask the people taking the words, if you can just briefly introduce your name so that we know who you are.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Smith. I'm the leader of the Energy Action Project, and today I'm also here representing a new project, which is called Women in Solidarity for Energy. And one of the things we're looking at is that if you look at all of the data, it's, as you said, it's 8 to 16% of the population is in energy poverty. If you take the data for single women, it's more like 30 to 40% of single women are in energy poverty. So I'm curious if you are already thinking of strategies how to engage and empower single women as energy consumers.
Thank you very much. We're going to take another question, then we will hear from Veronica.
Thank you so much. My name is Marlies Hesselman. I'm from the University of Groningen, Faculty of Law. I had a question about some of the laws that are currently still being implemented, like the Gas Directive, Electricity Directive, which I think have a deadline all for mid-January, especially also when it comes to the disconnection laws. We know that at the moment disconnections are very differently regulated in the different EU countries. Do you have any insights into what extent there is mutual learning amongst the member states, to what extent we are really going to expecting to see significant changes, because the debates might not be equally alive everywhere. And then I was also surprised to see this new action plan for affordable energy prices. Do you have any indication about, I mean, there's maybe more competition, but how much space will there also be for regulation, price regulation, more so than maybe there is now? Yeah.
Great. Yes.
Hi, I'm Attila Böhm from Confessé Feminist Europe, and I'm just wondering about the meeting that we had, I think last year. It was like a roundtable for civil societies, and we could go to DGNR headquarters, and I don't know if you were the part of these meetings, but I found it very useful, and we also were promised to have follow-ups of this meeting, but it never continued. And I'm just wondering, like, what's the reason behind this, and if we can expect in the near future to have this kind of meetings, because I found it quite nice, and I think many of us attended this event, and it was quite useful. So thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I know that there are still some questions. Just keep them there. We're going to come back to you, so we're not going to let you go without taking them out. Just wanted to kick off this first round of discussion. Do you want to go with that?
So maybe I'll just quickly reply and then we can go into discussion. I start from the last question. So there was actually another meeting now in 7th of November. I don't know what happened. Maybe you pass me on again your email address to make sure that we don't miss anyone. We're not leaving anyone out of these meetings, but it's true that we have an informal stakeholder meeting, we call that. So regularly we meet with civil society organization to exchange on energy poverty legislation or energy projects. We'll talk bilaterally afterwards to make sure that I have again your contact details. But that still is alive. Not every month, but 1 or 2 times a year we interact. But anyway, you can always contact us also by email. On the disconnections, good questions. We are actually, the EMD, so the electricity market design, has a very tight transposition deadline of 6 months, and for some measures a year. Also, I just want to say that most of these legislative acts are still being implemented member states, transposed. This is very challenging because, I mean, yes, we hear from the first intervention, for example, setting up energy communities or energy sharing frameworks. It's not that easy. It takes many months, and to do it well with consultation of those involved, these processes are not easy. So also for member states, I do think it's important to underline how challenging some of this is. From the Commission, we try our best. We are actually working on several guidance documents, including on how to prevent disconnections, to help member states do that, to come up with good practices and so on. But it's true that when it comes to disconnections, the landscape in Europe is very diverse because clearly it depends very much on national legislation. But so we are working on kind of collecting some best practices, and we are producing a guidance on that for the gas and electricity. In addition to other transposition guidances for the above mentioned legal acts. Women in energy poverty, yes, indeed, we are aware that some population groups are clearly much more impacted than others, so they are more vulnerable than already vulnerable population groups. Very specifically in legislation now, it's not... This is not necessarily reflected because we have definitions of what it means to be vulnerable customer, and we have a definition of energy poverty. While we underline these population groups, it doesn't mean that there's any specific legal measures that are proposed now, for example, for women. But I hear what you say. And clearly, I think from the EU level, what we can do is to support exchanges on projects, perhaps supporting different population groups. But to kind of intervene from a legal perspective, it's perhaps a bit more challenging. And I think there was another question on the Affordable Action Plan. As I say, I cannot really go into details here. New legislation, again, I cannot really say much about it, but it's true that our emphasis is very much more on actually implementing what is there, because it's quite an impressive pack of legal acts where, as I said already, member states have big tasks ahead of them to implement them. And then, I don't know when you look at the mission letters, but another key word that's always coming up is simplification, which is also very difficult to simplify things. but we will see when this affordable action plan will be adopted. As I said, it's one of the key. It will be one of the first official communications from the Commission in the energy sector. I think that was more or less it, right? I hope I didn't forget anything, a question.
Thank you, Veronica, for these insights. Again, we're gonna go back again to you if you want to follow up with any questions. Let me bring you in, Louise and Tuscany in this conversation. Well, I think in the context of the energy and the cost of living crisis that we see in the last years, I mean, the question for me is more about how can a public policy steers Europe towards an inclusive energy transition? I mean, how can I say this? I mean, there's been a significant efforts that we heard as well from Véronique here. I think what we can sense is that the EU relies on this sort of liberalized, profit-driven approach to energy markets. It's somehow one of the reasons why, you know, we have this price that are also raising, which of course disproportionately impact on vulnerable people, especially, and of course, it's also undermine, let's say, our climate goals, because let's not forget, when we talk about energies, it's also somehow related to our climate goals. So I just want to set this for you, for both of you, to reflect a bit. So, I mean, maybe we can start with the EU Louise, sorry, my brain is still not functioning. So what was my question to you was essentially assuming that the successful implementation of the policy that we hear today is, let's say, it's there. What do you see as the main gaps, and what should be eventually the action that should be taken to ensure that actually this policy makes sense?
It's a huge question, isn't it, about the implementation of what we have. And
I think microphone. We can shift.
Sorry, it helps if it's on, doesn't it? Sorry, everyone. It's early morning. So yeah, we have, as Véronique already set out, we have actually a huge package. I think we're always inclined, I know, especially when we work on that nexus between climate and social, you know, we're always driving forward, as we absolutely should be. But right now, I do think it's really important to really internalize what we've achieved. And my main message actually is just that picture. And I'm not going to go through every element of that picture, because largely it's what Véronique just presented, but with a little bit more detail. But I think you can take away, just from glancing at that, what we have, and it's big, right? It's big. If all of that is implemented in every country, we should see real change. You know, we shouldn't see things largely going on as they were, and, you know, or even, to be honest, even incremental change. We should see, I think, really significant change. And there are changes, I think, in very significant areas. I think what the package does is to make concrete this focus, this political and policy focus on energy poverty and transport poverty. We have a definition of transport poverty now as well, alongside energy poverty, the two definitions together, really making a kind of more whole impression of what households experience of their difficulties to pay their full energy bills look like from the household point of view. So really kind of making much more concrete that energy poverty is different to income poverty, and therefore we need different policy approaches. I think second, we are seeing an absolute move from just kind of addressing energy poverty through kind of financial transfers, so onto your bill or into your income. We're seeing absolutely this focus. I think, Véronique, you talked about it as empowerment, and I think I would also see it as addressing the structural inequalities that underlie, that cause energy poverty. It's not just an income issue. And then the third, I think we're seeing prioritization prioritization of underserved communities and households in all the good stuff, all the energy efficiency, all the renewable energy, those kinds of things. So those sort of three themes, I think, are absolutely huge. What I've tried to do with this picture is try to sort of make sense of a very complex framework that has been negotiated, let's be honest, by different negotiators, drafted by slightly different teams originally, and negotiated at different times. So in the best with the will in the world, I don't think anyone, could really predict the final outcome in terms of how it would look like from an implementer point of view. So that's kind of what I've tried to do here. I sort of tried to broadly map all the different provisions onto a kind of energy justice framework. And that's a kind of very academic framework, but I think it's a really helpful framework to kind of help us think through all the bits that we need, because we know energy poverty isn't solved through one single policy or single measure. It needs all of this. So very broadly, without going into the details, we have the yellow section, which is all about definitions, measurement, making sure the plans are appropriate. And those are really important because if we can't name it, we don't measure it, it isn't a political priority. We know that's a reality. And then to support that, the red section is what we would call kind of procedural measures. So this is about who's in the room, who has a say when policies are made and plans are made. And then this, I think, to Marilyn Smith's point around kind of thinking about different representation of different groups, this is where this comes in. So we have requirements that consultations specifically include representative groups for vulnerable people, for example. We have new mandatory expert panels or observatories, they're called in the countries that already have these, on energy poverty. So experts in that country are required to be in place to then assess policies. In the best examples we see, these are accountability bodies as well. They can really hold governments to account and kind of say you're doing well enough or you're not. And importantly, again, to Marilyn's point, there are notes there about who's on those panels, and gender representation is one of those points. So we have that kind of policy priority stuff, and then the procedural stuff, and then we have all of the important things around this really important triad of protections, funding and finance, and the kind of practical support for households. So we have, of course, as has already been mentioned, the disconnection prevention, as well as increased protections in energy markets, as well as dispute resolution. This is one that is really close to my heart, but it doesn't get mentioned very much. Maybe it's not cool, but dispute resolution, when something goes wrong, whether that be with your energy supplier or with some energy efficiency, renovation to your home, when something goes wrong, what do you do to make sure that there is dispute resolution in place, but also that dispute resolution serves the needs of the most vulnerable households? We know from the work that's been done that actually the outcomes and access to these services that exist are worse or are worse for more vulnerable households. So we need to make sure that we don't just have a one-size-fits-all approach in these services. So that's really important in those protections. And then finally, obviously, all the prioritization measures, new measures for energy efficiency to be prioritized for lower-income households, focus on the worst performing homes with our renovations, and of course the social climate fund. There is a huge amount there. There also is, I think, really important in this, a really important principle in the Energy Efficiency Directive, again, in an article that it doesn't have a big kind of headline target associated with it, so it may be slightly overlooked, but holds some really important principles around prioritization of lower income, energy poor, vulnerable households in the use of public funds, in energy efficiency deployment, in the advice we give. This is really important. If this is implemented well, we should see a big change where we've seen in the past sort of subsidy programs and renovation programs just really sort of marketed and designed for open market. Let's find the renovation wherever we can find them. No. This should require that we have specifically designed programs to appeal to service lower income households. And supporting that, we have dedicated services in one-stop shops, dedicated services that actually serve the needs of vulnerable households. So there is a huge amount there, absolutely huge. The challenge, of course, is then implementation. That's sort of one of the reasons I was trying to think from the implementer's point of view. We know that these different directives tend to get implemented by different ministries that maybe don't talk to each other. But if these policies are implemented piecemeal, we will have a piecemeal approach. If they're implemented together, then I think they are worth more than the sum of their parts. And I think what the ideal is obviously from householders, individual citizens' point of view, is that we don't see piecemeal, but we see coherent. That it's not our job as an individual to navigate all the different bits and bobs because they haven't been implemented coherently. So I think that's my sort of assessment of it. There is a huge amount there. I think in terms of what we would need next, of course, is implementation. It is the Commission's support, of course, to provide, as much guidance, examples that are kind of coordination body for implementation and to ensure that there is a commitment to implementation. The second thing, inevitably, of course, I think is funding and finance. We need, I think, an absolutely huge investment right now. Just thinking about this move from just providing financial support to households to then moving to these addressing the structural inequalities, improving housing, improving power provision, for example. We can't just stop providing the day-to-day support the households are relying on to then invest in the structural measures. We need to build up the structural measures whilst also continuing the provision that people rely on. That requires a huge investment of money. We're also seeing in the transition lots of other calls for money. We're going to need to strengthen our electricity networks. We need to decommission gas networks in those countries that rely on gas. So this, I think there's going to be a lot of calls on our public funds, and therefore I think we're going to really need to leverage very significant amounts of private finance, particularly for things like renovation, for households for whom private finance and private loans are suitable. So I think funding is huge, and I think the other thing that I would say as well is this focus that I think has come really quickly on transport poverty. It's come really quickly. I think that's very welcome, but I think we're still lacking a lot of kind of practical implementation ideas about how to do that, and then how importantly to bring the two things together again from a household's point of view. So how to bring the focus on the home renovation and maybe the renewable energy and the energy efficiency together with actually what transport measures are also appropriate, whether they be individual or shared. So there's a lot more work to do. But what I would be the number one priority, I think, is implementation and support to implementers to do this in a coherent, joined up way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you laid down several aspects that are very interesting. I think some of this that catches a little bit my attention now was when you talk about addressing the root causes, of energy poverty. I think that's probably where Europe fails a little bit when it comes to policies, because some of the policies, of course, at least in the short term, it's mainly, as you said, directed to support, which is something that is needed, of course, people who are in need immediately, but that has to go hand in hand, as you said, with the measure that looks at more, let's say, in the long-term run. You also mentioned about the participation, who is in the room. That was a wording which I also find very important when we build these policies. Who is there, who can actually be part of this building process of this policy, especially when if we are talking about people who are experiencing poverty or who are excluded out of the processes, and I think this is one of the key inputs that I took, but also one of them was, which brings me to Tuscany, is this sense of working in silos. We talk about policies that are not often talking to each other, and this, of course, doesn't also reinforce in a way how we address the overall roots of the root cause of the energy poverty. So, with that in mind, I just want to ask you, Tuscany, what do you think? How can we actually ensure, for example, that the 55 provisions do not keep exacerbating the existing regional, for example, inequalities, and make sure that it actually fosters a true energy democracy? Because we heard from the panel, the need to kind of build this energy democracy. How do you see it?
Thanks, Fernando, and indeed, good morning, everyone. My name is Tuscany Bell, and I work for EPSU, which is the European Federation of Public Service Unions. So maybe I'll start by saying first thank you to Véronique for outlining what was done by the outgoing European Commission, and also some of the things that we can expect from the incoming European Commission. And I think it's fair to say that in EPSU and also with our Right to Energy Coalition partners, we have a lot of important initiatives that will keep us busy in the new year. Then maybe on kind of more in response to what Fernando said and the different measures that you outlined from the outgoing European Commission. There was a lot of really, really positive initiatives, definitely, for the outgoing European Commission. Rather than trying to talk about them all, because I think I might be a bit repetitive there, I'll focus on the two initiatives that EPSU has slightly more developed positions on, and maybe where we think that the reforms or the initiatives didn't go far enough. So the first one I would start with is the electricity market design reform. Of course, there were a number of really positive measures within that. The first and main one, I guess, being the prevention on disconnections. And I know at national level, our affiliates, our national trade union affiliates, have really been focusing on how that's going to be implemented and how it is being implemented and what that will mean at national level. So that's a very positive one. And a second very positive provision within that is the possibility to intervene in prices in times of crisis. So again, very positive and something that our affiliates are following at national level. However, I think that while of course these are very positive initiatives, they kind of focus on the symptoms of the flaws in the electricity market design. And here going to the root causes, I think we would say that the reform itself wasn't quite the fundamental reform to the market design that we were hoping for, and was somewhat of a missed opportunity and didn't address the root causes of energy poverty. For us, the root causes of energy poverty and the problems with the electricity market design existed long before the energy crisis, which was obviously brought on by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But the problems are more to do with the market-based approach in general, and that goes back, decades. And there's evidence that shows that the market-based approach has produced above inflation price increases for the last 10 years at least. And then it's failed to incentivize investment in essential infrastructures like the grids, for example. And also that the lack of planning due to this reliance on the markets has produced a series of negative outcomes. So due to the inevitable fluctuations of prices that come with the commodities market, it's clear that this kind of market logic is not appropriate for an essential public service like electricity, which is necessary and vital in all of our lives. It goes without saying, I think, that failure of the electricity system would have immediate and serious welfare and economic impacts on everyone. And whereas for most products, a market failure can be mitigated to a certain extent by use of substitutes or by storage, this is not possible with electricity. And unlike many other commodities, reliable sources of electricity are essential for society to function. And so while, of course, people, when the prices go up, they can try and use less electricity, they can't just completely adapt their demand for electricity to short-term price changes. It's not possible for society to function. And another major issue with the market approach that we see is that it's incompatible with the need for supply and demand to always be balanced. In the electricity system, supply and demand has to match precisely and at all times in order to prevent the whole system from collapsing. And again, taking into account the difficulties of storing electricity, we think that the balance can't be achieved with a market-based approach due to unpredictabilities. So there's some of the issues that we see with the market-based approach, and one of the kind of counter-arguments that we often get is that the EU's success in deploying renewable energy comes from liberalization and the liberalization policies. However, from our perspective, the opposite is kind of true, because renewable deployment has only been possible in the EU because the renewables were allowed to benefit from state aid, and they were deployed outside of the arrangements of the market. And actually, experience shows that the fossil-free energy infrastructure is generally only built when it's fully protected from market influences. And there's a lot of kind of subsidies, but also guarantees for investing in infrastructures, which basically means that it comes out of the public purse if it goes wrong. So that on the electricity market design, our overall message is that rather than continuing to patch the current market model, a single buyer entity would have been a better solution and would have been a more holistic approach to addressing the root causes of high energy prices and energy poverty. And then the second initiative that I would like to talk about is the Social Climate Fund. This fund is a really excellent tool to address energy poverty. Renovations have the potential to help over 50 million Europeans, and it was urgently needed, and we're very, very supportive of that, of course. And in EPSU, we've consistently advocated for large-scale renovation programs that will, well, on the one hand, create quality jobs. I realize I'm a trade unionist, and this is the first time I've mentioned jobs, but of course, we want to create quality jobs, and also, it will help the kind of energy poor with their bills. Having said that, at the same time, we have a number of concerns of linking the Social Climate Fund to the ETS2, which risks, from our point of view, deepening already existing carbon inequalities rather than remedying them. For one thing, it's very likely that the costs of the ETS2 will actually be passed on to the consumers, especially energy poor, and this will make, again, exacerbate the problems there. So we do see it as a very positive measure. We regret that it's linked to the ETS2, and we would have liked to see it kind of based on other funds, for example, corporate taxes, wealth taxes, or taxes on extraordinary profits by energy companies. So I think I will leave it there, and maybe just as a last note to say that we're very much looking forward to seeing what's in the upcoming packages, and we will of course be also focusing on the implementation at national level through our national affiliates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tuscany, for your insights. Well, I think we have already enough meat on the table for us to, again, kick off the conversation. As we said in the beginning, this is meant to be a more sort of exchange within us. So I might just hand over to you if there is any questions to our panelists. Okay, so we start with him and then we go to you. And okay, you and then him.
Do I start with the really complex tabulation, which I couldn't photograph properly, or do I instead go to the other extreme and go to the concept or possible reality of simplification? So I'm going to look at that word simplification to pose you a question. Yeah, I think we are all probably aware that simplification is the answer. Very long word, 5 syllables. 5-syllable words always worry me, or things like that. It comes from a Latin word, which means a sheet of paper that hasn't been folded. So it talks, simplex is just one single entity. And of course, this is the problem we're facing, and we all know that divide and rule, fragmentation, private and the public sector, nationalism. God, that is some heck of a problem, isn't it, nationalism? How do we go? I would hope that, Britain, UK, whatever you want to call it, I'm from there apparently, right? So my mother and father tell me, okay, was silly enough to leave the EU. It was a very silly thing to do. The EU project as a concept is a brilliant idea, a wonderful idea, bringing a whole load of countries, nations together across borders. Nobody's really mentioned Africa. This dear gentleman here hails from Africa. Nobody's mentioned Africa. Nobody's mentioned the terrible, parlous involvement of Saudi Arabia or the US in this terrible situation. When I look at a situation and I hear people speaking, I always ask myself, not what is said, what is not said. In other words, you know, we can all focus on the picture, but it has to be the right picture. Okay. So I want to hear conversations and I want to hear elucidation that leads towards simplex, that leads towards a unity of approach, which doesn't ignore and exclude elements that are critical to the problem. In the problem lies the solution. I want to see the problem and the solution one and the same without things missing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, if we want to have more time to have discussion, I will ask you guys to also keep a little bit short in your questions. I mean,
yeah, very, very briefly. Javier Tobias from ECODES in Spain, working on energy poverty and housing renovation. Just two things. First of all, Luis mentioned if this is implemented well, I wanted to ask more on what is being done for this to be implemented well. Just as an example, RRF funding in Spain had a really good program on paper for fostering vulnerable household renovation, but after asking different regional governments, we're getting that approximately 1% of the applications are applying for this additional funding for vulnerable households. So the program is good, but it is not being implemented well. So what can we do for that? And then the second question, more broader maybe, is if increasing energy savings is the correct way of improving living conditions of households in energy poverty. It is something that we are seeing in some renovation programs, that particularly the most vulnerable households, once you get their home renovated, they're not actually consuming less, but consuming a bit more, because basically their home before the renovation was just a sinkhole where it made no sense to kick the heating. And from talking from municipal colleagues back in Spain, they say that they don't have that much monitoring done because they haven't done as many renovations for vulnerable households, but about 1 in every 10 approx, the energy consumption increases because the point at which they were was just inhuman. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're gonna take this next one and then we stop, we get the answers and then we go back to you again so that we don't get lost.
Okay, thank you. So Irene, also from the Alliance Against Energy Poverty. I have a question for the three of you, like the same question. I think that Tuscany kind of answered it, but anyway, from the Alliance, we've been fighting against energy poverty and seeing how, because of the energy crisis and despite some interesting movements from Spanish government, like the numbers grew, the indicators got really, really worse, mostly related to being unable to have the right temperatures at home. So I think it's a very naive question, but I really like to know your insights on that. Is it really possible to fight energy poverty in a market-based system? Because, I mean, I am under the impression that there's a lot of less or more great or less greater bandages that we are trying to put, and there's increasing transfer, the public money transfer to private enterprises. At least in Spain, it's outrageous. So my question remains is it possible to have new packages without tackling the core issue, that is who is profiting for the actual energy system if there's like people taking like profit from it, or if we continue thinking that it's only private-led, it's only like the only transition that we can have has to be private-led, and if it's not gonna reproduce the same thing that we are seeing in the fossil model. I know it's naive, but I really want to know.
Thank you very much. That's actually a very good question, and I think that is the question that we could start another session discussing about. But I'm curious to hear from you. Who want to start?
I can give it a go. I will maybe not immediately start on the last question, but reply on some others, because there has been one word that hasn't been mentioned yet, which I do think it's a very important one, and that's skills. Because it comes back to implementation onto many things, because without the skills, we are not able to actually implement things properly. And I'm not just talking of skills on the installer installing your solar panels on the roof, but skills of policymakers, skills of the social workers to understand what it actually means to be energy poor, skills of those people working in one-stop shop so that they can identify when a household might be close to vulnerability or is already vulnerable. So that's something that actually I have picked up on the recent intervention. So I do think there should be more emphasis, and hopefully there will be more emphasis on actually improving the skills of all of us, as I said, from the installers to the policymakers or the social workers, to better understand the phenomenon and know how to address it. Also the number of people, I guess, no, because when we want to renovate houses, at least, for example, we have 47 million people supposedly in energy poverty. Their houses should be renovated, but someone needs to be able to do it, which means that we also need the workforce and the resources and the materials to do so. I think so. It's a big challenge out there, so it's not just about political will, but also about very practical aspects. Implementation of the legislation, yes, as I mentioned before, from the European Commission side, we are issuing guidances on how to transpose the legislation and to implement it. We organize exchanges among the practitioners so that they can exchange among themselves and discuss the challenges among themselves, because unfortunately we don't always have the answers either, but we hope that with co-creation we find the answers for all of us on how to do it quickly and good. So yes, I think there was one question on that, no? So one question on implementation, as I said, from our side, that's what we aim to do. More guidances will come out because it takes some time to actually also produce them. And as I said, in the new mandate now, so it's not even the incoming, but it's actually the established commission, there will be much more emphasis on actually citizen engagement, which is labor intensive and takes time, but it's really about trying to be more inclusive and integrated and exchange more with the consumer, I mean, the person impacted by this energy system. I don't know whether I should actually give you a little bit my take on your last question on the market-based system. It's indeed a very complicated question because, yes, it almost kind of questions the whole model that we are based on and which has actually been in place forever. So kind of to think that it would change is not an easy task to do. Energy is quite of a funny commodity because, as you mentioned, it cannot be stored and so on. So it's different from the other commodities. It also kind of comes back what you mentioned about energy poor people and whether energy saving actually, it's possible, most likely not, because it actually only means that people are more comfortable in their homes, but necessarily that they will produce less, I mean, use less energy. They might actually use more, as you mentioned, but at least they are more comfortable in the home. So can this all be done without a market-based system? My personal opinion is most likely not, mainly because it's a system that we inherited, and it's a very expensive system. I mean, grid installations and so on, it cannot just come from public funds. I think it needs to be a market-based system. But I think there needs to be a very underlining and strong element of protection of those that are more vulnerable to it. And I think, at least from the European Union side, we have been trying to improve this system, that there's a better protection of those more vulnerable by implementing in kind of structural measures so that they are protected from it. Yeah, but a complete overhaul, I see it difficult but it's my personal opinion. But I'm sure that the other speakers have an opinion on this too.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think I'll start with the points about implementation first. So from Javier, I think as you kind of alluded, we actually do have huge experience. When drawing that picture, I also sort of started to put together some of the examples, sort of perhaps in advance of more formal Commission guidance on many of these elements of really the basic things that I keep getting asked, how do we get started? The big thing, of course, is my country doesn't yet have an energy poverty definition. We don't measure it. How can we possibly do these things? Well, of course it's possible because many countries already are. And so, thinking about actually what are the really practical ways of getting started to design programs that have at least some of the people in mind that we know will be in need. So rather than just throwing our hands up in the air and saying, oh, well, it's impossible, it's too difficult, we don't have the energy poverty definition, we don't have the measurement yet, we know you can actually get started using, for example, income definitions or existing access to social services and social benefits. So I think the point there, I think there's a lot already that has been achieved and has been learned in different member states. So whether it's about how to target your renovation program, whether it's about how to design the financial structures, how to design the subsidies so that people actually do want to take it up. We have a huge amount of experience, and I think we have huge numbers of iterations. My mind is brought to the Czech renovation program, which we actually celebrated last month its 15th year in existence. And this is a program that I think is really interesting from an innovative point of view we can learn from. It uses and has used since 1990 something revenues from carbon pricing. So from the original Kyoto carbon pricing, even before the ETS, to fund this renovation program. It has been through many, many iterations around kind of providing subsidies for DIY, for example, DIY insulation, because they realized that actually that would increase uptake, increasing now subsidies, higher subsidy levels for lower income households and providing pre-financing. All of that example to show, I think if we look, we find kind of ways of doing this. So I think that is key to implementation, is not starting from the blank sheet of paper each time, but looking across the borders to the neighbouring countries and seeing what's happening. I think to the point sort of made around, electricity, it's difficult to balance electricity in demand and supply every time of the day. It's difficult to store energy. I think if we only look at electricity as the market, then that is really difficult, is limited. We need to look at our whole energy system, particularly electricity system, in its entirety. So my background is buildings, as we've heard, but looking in particular at buildings, our huge building stock, as a part of that infrastructure. And then we do get some of the solutions to how we can store electricity. I always talk about, we know the future for decarbonised heat is largely electric. It's a lot of heat pumps, it's a lot of district heating. If we insulate our building stock well enough, that is our biggest electric heat store across Europe. It is everywhere that there is electricity use in heating, there is a potential storage device there. It's short-term storage, that's absolutely right, but I think that's the way we need to start looking. And I think increasingly as well for demand flexibility, so our demand is increasingly meeting our supply rather than just the other way around. Buildings also provide us with those options, but we need to think about getting the right assets in those buildings and getting the right assets in those buildings to the right people. So I think some of our solutions about bringing these costs down are about thinking more holistically about the infrastructure, and then also about who can benefit most from reducing demand, meeting supply with demand, and providing those flexibility services.
Tuscany.
Yes, thank you. So I think the last question was the one that was more addressed to me. And indeed, I said a lot already in my first reaction. But maybe just to be a bit more nuanced, maybe, because I do think that when we talk about kind of a privatization of energy, there's different levels of privatization, and you can have, for example, publicly owned infrastructure, which is privately operated, or you can have publicly owned and publicly operated, or I think actually as far as I know, the UK is the only country, well, not in the EU anymore, that has the entire grid is privately owned and privately operated, as far as I know. So there's different kind of levels, and when I say that a market-based approach, well, when we talk about a market-based approach, yeah, we're not always talking about exactly the same thing. So I think it's important to kind of take into consideration the nuances and how this can work and how it does work or doesn't work in different countries. Maybe just on the cost of investment, because I do think that that's a big argument that's used. I think one of the contradictions there is that we say that it can't be afforded without private actors. But at the same time, the private actors haven't been investing, and they haven't invested in the necessary infrastructure. And that's very much what we see. And also, on top of that, at the same time, the public authorities are guaranteeing the private investors. If we're saying, if you invest, we guarantee that we will buy this much renewables from you, for example. We guarantee this. So we're actually giving them the money if they fail. And that's the contradiction with the market-based approach, because that's actually not how markets work. The whole point of the markets is that it brings down prices because there's this risk of failure and there's competition. But we're guaranteeing them the money that we'll buy it off them. So it's coming out of the public purse anyway. And if you look at it in terms of the prices for consumers, when we had the energy crisis and so many people were in energy poverty, the energy companies at that time were actually making record profits. So, and that money wasn't being invested, that money was being taken out in profits. So when we say we can't afford it, the money's being taken out. So I think that kind of has to be addressed, that contradiction. That doesn't mean I'm saying that no market-based approach can ever work. I'm just saying that these kind of guarantees for private actors, contracts for difference, all these things currently don't work. And if we want a market-based approach, there has to be, well, I guess, yeah, market-based actors have to either kind of invest if they're benefiting. There has to be some kind of incentive for them to invest, where there's currently not. And there should be more kind of regulation on how much profit they can make, for example, because I think currently the market-based approach isn't working.
Wow, that's, I think the conversation is great, but I see a couple of hands. We are already, let me see how much time we have. We are almost, we are almost close to the end. So I'm just gonna pick the hands that I saw, but no more than those. So I have one there and okay, these ones, and then we close. We start with you. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Nicola with 350.org, a climate change campaigning organization. In listening to the presentations, I got the sense that from a policy point of view, we have a direction of travel and we are on our way. But what's not clear to me is the destination. And on the climate front, the EU has been able to agree on a target to become carbon neutral by 2050. So it makes me wonder, by when would we want energy poverty to be eradicated in the EU? And particularly, what is the timeline that speaks to the urgency of the issue because of the lived experience of those 47 million people that we've talked about? And do we think that the current set of measures that's undergoing implementation speaks to that level of ambition and speaks to that timeline?
Thank you, Max from WWF. I had two questions, and one I think probably needs to be left to a whole other forum, but I'll just offer it here, but I don't expect an existential answer. It was how can we ensure that we're going both wide and deep? So now we can see we're going wide, we can see the energy poverty getting into lots of useful places. But when you've got 15, 17% of the population in energy poverty, it's actually much easier to help some of those than the others. So how are we making sure that we're not, if you like, ourselves, ironically, contributing to increasing inequality by only helping the easy part of the problem, whether it's easier to help homeowners that have got roofs to put PV on, or the conversations that we're having now around the social climate fund about whether firewood users are really meant to be targeted or not, and that's the majority of some vulnerable consumers in Eastern Europe and so on. So wide or deep, how do we do that? That's for next time. I wanted to mention NECPs because they haven't come up in conversation this morning, the National Energy and Climate Plans. We're starting to see the final updates. Many of them are late. Within that, member states had to assess the number of households in energy poverty in their member state. And of the 11 that we took a look at in October, half of them hadn't really managed to do that, and this is in their final NECPs. And if they have a significant number of households in energy poverty, they're meant to set an objective for reducing that and set out measures. And we weren't super impressed, but we know that, again, there's these associated issues around not having definitions. We know it's a work in progress. We know there's a lot of useful chat going on around that with the Energy Poverty Hub and with the Social Climate Fund. But the question is, if we're looking for simplification, one way is actually to make sure we're doing what we've already signed up to and making sure those commitments are kept. So with regards to NECPs, maybe specifically to the Commission, if actually when they're in and we look at energy poverty requirements, it's not up to scratch, what can we do in terms of enforcement? Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Friederike. I just joined the policy team at the Green European Foundation. And last week we hosted an event on increasing the participation in the energy transition. So the framework that I'm coming more from is the just transition indeed. And one of my main thoughts that already with the just transition underway, we are seeing a huge increase in social risks. And the policy solutions that we have touched upon so far have more been like on the participation and information side. And as you've already mentioned, Louise, like there's a lack of structural solutions, and then the market-based solutions are also going into what touches the consumer as an information approach. And when we're thinking of, at least when I'm thinking of vulnerable people already, like maybe they're not the ones who have the most energy, no pun intended, or time to deal with information, or maybe don't have the capacity to understand them, or maybe don't even want to because they're already frustrated. So my question would more be also related to the hashtag of today's events, the right to energy. What do you think about the political demand for right to energy, as in sort of like a minimum, building on the framework of like a minimum wage, or a minimum universal income, having a right to minimum energy usage, because indeed we need energy for anything, and that would enable a huge chunk of energy poor people to be lifted out of it, or to have a framework that really touches them in an invisible way before they even are faced with poverty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know that we could stay longer. We could talk longer, but we cannot stay longer because we also have our time, let's say, set to be here. So I will thank everyone and take the floor back to the stage for reaction to these last three questions. Who wanna start? I see you already microphone in the hand. Go ahead.
Shouldn't pick up the microphone too soon, should you know? Okay, so relying on my memory here, I think, I think your point to the last question from the Green Energy Foundation, I think it's a very interesting idea about a kind of minimum supply of energy. I think it is in line, I think, with some of the sort of broader tariff ideas about actually we should pay less for the sort of essential bit of energy and maybe pay more as we get a little bit more profligate maybe. There are significant questions there about, we know that lower income households in general use less energy, but we know also that sometimes they need to use quite a lot more. So in inefficient homes, for example. So there's a lot of careful work to be done around that. I think in principle, it's a very interesting idea. Around your point about a kind of target for energy poverty alleviation, I come from a country, we're on our third or fourth definition now of energy poverty. We're a long way from achieving sort of that goal of eradicating it. I think goals are linked more to the structural underlying energy system and buildings infrastructure are more tangible. Energy poverty is such a complex issue that's affected by so many different sort of shifts in the economy, energy prices, these kinds of things. Actually, I do think kind of having targets like, for example, to improve the worst performing homes and ensure that low income households are not living in a below average home, for example, those are the sorts of things I think we could more helpfully use to define our objectives, because otherwise I think we're just chasing a kind of moving target, and I think from a political point of view that becomes very, very hard to maintain interest. And then just linked to that, I think the wide versus deep, yes. The bigger the number gets, the idea is that we want to help everyone, and then we end up again. Another thing the UK I think has not done well is programs that kind of focus on the cheapest measures. So we saw a lot of light bulbs being subsidised for low-income households in the UK, right? And that is not solving energy poverty. But this was the approach because it was a sort of something for everyone approach. And so I think this definition of severe energy poverty as a sort of subset of our understanding is really important. And then sort of following approach like Ireland has, for example, where they really want to touch every house first. So they're addressing the worst performing households, and they're really targeting, really improving them very, very significantly. So I think those kinds of nuances in our understanding of how to target and how to design our measures are really important.
I think I'll probably be quite quick. Maybe just on the last question, it's not something I had thought of, so I don't know if I can respond. But just to say in EPSU, we also led the Right to Water European Citizens Initiative 10 years ago now. And I guess you could have something similar, like the Right to Energy, similar to the Right to Water. It's something I will think about. So very good idea. And then maybe on the question that you had about the urgency and if we're doing enough to achieve the goals, here I'll kind of be more of a trade unionist and say I think that really depends on having enough workforce to implement the transition. And currently, as Véronique was saying, we don't really have enough workers, and we see a huge labour shortage, but also skills shortage in the energy sector. And I think also a kind of not yet clear enough understanding of the skills that we do need. I mean, we kind of know what's needed in terms of the energy transition, but I don't think there's enough of understanding of what the workers need to be able to do to implement that. There's not been enough kind of forward thinking in that sense. And so obviously it's stuff that we're working on in the trade unions and with the employers. And I know the Commission's working on it, everyone's working on it. Possibly we didn't start working on it soon enough. Now we really just need more workers, I think, to implement that transition. And that would be my main point on that. So I'll leave it there.
And then also from my 5 cents to that, right to energy, we have already the Principle 20 of the European Pillar of Social Rights, which does say that everyone has the right to access essential services of good quality, including energy, but I think Louise mentioned it, in the end, implementing something like that is challenging. But we do have already certain right to energy, but then putting a minimum amount of energy onto that becomes very, very complicated. But the idea, I think it's very good. Enforcement of the legislation when it comes to NECPs, I think when you also look at the Commission assessment of at least the draft NECPs, I think we fully agree with you. We know it's challenging for member states, and of course they're also transposing all the legislation that they have, so they're actually analyzing internally or nationally what it means or what their definition of energy poverty is in the framework of the EU definition. So I think that might also explain part of it. But yes, I think we all agree with you that it's not as detailed as the NECP when it comes to energy poverty, have not and are not as detailed as we wish them to be.
Okay, well, I think we will have to close up here. Again, sorry for those who couldn't address the questions. We know that when we have such kind of conversations, time could seem to be always short, although it's not that much short. We had more than 1.5 hours discussions. I'm gonna try to wrap up, just trying to bring some, let's say, bullet points that I take from these conversations with all of you or all of us here today. Well, first of all, I think my reflection is that personally, I find a bit more challenge time coming over across Europe, especially well now with this new commission coming in let's say into the office. While if we all remember, like this, there is at least for my feeling is that I had a sense that it's kind of bringing forward this concept of competitiveness almost in all the, let's say, the conversation or the guidelines that we have seen out there. So I'm a little bit more, let's say, reluctant when, for example, we heard about the affordable house plan or, the action plan for affordable energy, etc., which is really very welcome as a tool, and we hope they are going to do the right job. But again, how this tool will relate to this concept of competitiveness, then again, it brings us to one of my key takeaways of this meeting, which is again the issue of market-driven approach that has to be taken into account when we discuss energy policy, especially in connection to energy poverty. There was also again another takeaway that is about the need for more comprehensive energy policies that not only look at a EU sort of sphere, because most of the time we talk about transition, we talk about moving from fossil fuel to, electric vehicles or solar panels and other, let's say, green energy sources. But we oftentimes forget what that means in terms of impact of these policies, for example, for other areas of the globe. Some of these resources that we need to build on this energy, let's say green energy sources, are coming from exploitation on the other part of the world. For example, when it comes to electric cars, we know already that there are countries that are really facing challenges just to make sure that we produce the tools or the batteries that we need for that. So I think that is this element of comprehensive policy in that sense. I think it's a very important one that I also take from this. We discuss also about, again, tackling the root cause through more, let's say, target long-term solutions as well. So the need to kind of not just, of course, supportive measures on the medium or short term, which are needed, because it's not like they should stop, but they need to go hand in hand also together with the more vision and the long-term vision, as of course. That's a takeaway that I also bring from here, which of course in this long-term vision also, of course, take into account here the engagement, the participation, let's say, especially for those who face challenges or let's say are excluded, people who face poverty in somehow. So, well, I think this is a main key takeaways. Of course, are not exhaustive of the whole discussion we had here today, because I think we discussed about many things. But I think that's what I wanted to leave with you. And thank you once again, everyone, for coming, especially to the guests on the table here. Thank you very much. I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation, and voila, see you next time.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to say that we will have a 20 minutes break before we go back to our next panel. So enjoy the coffee and the pastries. There are kind of like a few vegan options for the vegans, so enjoy.
Thank you. Hi, so first of all, I don't know if Manon, Maria. Okay, she's there. So first of all, to say that, no? Okay, no? Okay, so first of all, very happy to have like this all-women panel, which is usually the opposite. So the last panel was also very nice in that gender balance sense. I will be very quick introducing the speakers in the panel. We have online, I think she's online, yeah, Manon Bopic. Sorry if my pronunciation is not accurate. She's a PhD candidate at the University of Manchester, and her research looks at the drivers and experiences of energy poverty amongst refugee communities living in the UK, and also interacts with wider issues as house provision and asylum policies and implications for rebuilding homes. Then here we have Katyusha, not there with this name, the last name. She is a member of Focus, and she works mainly in transport and also energy poverty and energy and gender issues. She's a member of a European project, US, empowering underrepresented women in the energy sector. Then we have Domi, that you know her from before. She has been enduring a difficult energy poverty situation some years ago, and now she's an activist, an active member of the Alliance Against Energy Poverty. And then we have Helen. She works as a project manager on energy poverty for Rescope.eu, the European Federation for Energy Communities. And on behalf of the Federation, she takes a seat in the Right to Energy Coalition, and she also co-facilitates the Federation's Gender, Power and Inclusion, and now I lost my way, Gender, Power and Inclusion, and working group, where Rescope, members share insights, challenge, and inspiring stories on gender inclusion and empowerment through energy democratization. And I am Irene González. I am a member also of the Alliance Against Energy Poverty, and I represent the Alliance in the Right to Energy Coalition, and I'm also a PhD candidate at Sheffield Hallam University. So we're going to try to start with some general insights on gender and energy, and then go through more accurate or more narrowed down experiences on energy communities, energy transition, and in migration and gender issues. So, Katyusha, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Irene. Even though I'm today representing the project EUVES, who deals with underrepresented women in energy sector, our work comes first and foremost from the point of view of energy poverty, where we actually realize, as most of you know, that women are more likely to suffer from energy poverty due to income inequality, so women earn less than men globally, leaving them with fewer resources to secure adequate energy services. Due to employment patterns, women are more likely to work in informal types of jobs, part-time and lower paying jobs. They are also more likely to lead single-income households, be that as single mothers or widows who stay, because women live longer, it is more likely that elderly women will still stay alone at their elderly age, and due to pension gap, it will also be more likely that she will have a lower pension.
Women are also more likely to rent than to own an apartment, which gives them fewer opportunities to change their situation with renovation, etc. So with that in mind, one of the conclusions of our previous projects is also that we need to empower women, that women need to be empowered within making decisions on energy within the households, but most importantly also within energy sector. If we look at the energy sector today, in the EU, only 24% of the workforce in the energy sector is comprised of women, 22% in transport, which is a sector closely related to energy. Globally, it's the similar situation. Only 22% of workforce globally is comprised of, in the energy sector, is comprised of women. There's a little bit better situation in renewable energy when roughly a third of the workforce is comprised of women, but that also depends on which renewable energy we look at. For example, solar energy, the share of women is almost the same as in the general economy, while if you look at the wind energy, it's even worse than in oil and gas. But also when we look at the profiles of jobs that women are working on within the solar, if we take, for example, solar energy, we see that they are disproportionately represented in administrative work or these supporting roles, and less likely in technical positions and in management positions. So what are the consequences of that? There is this idea of, or this concept of petromasculinity, which actually ties the fossil fuel extraction and production of energy from fossil fuels to masculine identity. And what happens is then this creates sort of opposition towards energy transition towards renewable energy sources, not based on expert opinions or science, but more based on political and ideological opposition, as renewables are seen as more soft, more unreliable, while the traditional energy sector is seen, which is based more on these centralized units of energy production, is seen more as reliable, centralized, robust, etc. So that is a consequence that there's a possibility of slowing down the energy transition due to that. Another thing is the lack of talent. Energy sector faces a lot of challenges within the energy transition, and it needs as diverse pool of talents working on those solutions as possible. But actually women, as International Energy Agency notes, are leaving the energy sector due to worse work-life balance than in other sectors. They have lower salaries for the same positions and same skills as in other sectors. So, and also there's the plain discrimination, because in workplaces where there's a concentration of one gender, there's usually the gender stereotypes are getting reinforced. And another, maybe most important thing is, if women are not represented in this sector, not represented in the renewable sector, there will not be reaping benefits of positive benefits of green transition, such as new jobs, new etc. So what to do? We compiled a set of recommendations that all target the barriers. We have to accept that there are barriers. There are of structural nature, such as family policies, gender equality policies, or lack of gender equality policies, lack of gender quota. These are social barriers, such as processes of socialization, unconscious bias, etc., and also institutional barriers, such as corporate or organizational policies or culture, recruitment policies, etc. So these are all barriers that that we need to tackle in order to get more women in the sector. So the measures that tackle those policies can be varied. It can be targeted at private sector, educational sector. For the companies, it's beneficial that they need to take into account gender equality, do the gender self-assessment, make action plans on how to combat, on how to change the situation, do gender training for employees, etc. But what would I also, we also not just strive to make more women represented in the current energy sector, but to make energy sector more feminist, and so that people, so the women will seek to be represented there. Maybe to conclude, I would also, I just painted a general picture, but I would also like to remind that this lack of representation of women is not just in traditional energy sectors, but is also transferred into energy communities. So we now see a lot of energy communities in Europe and across the world. But what we also see is that it's really hard it's mainly men that are in these energy communities. So we would also like to say that while creating this new energy system or creating energy alternatives, we still need to think about barriers that impede women to participate in energy communities, because this is a way for them to reap benefits of this transition, to empower themselves, and also to alleviate energy poverty if we participate in energy communities. So also energy communities need to have in mind how to communicate, how to make rules, how to develop organizational culture that will attract more women to their initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Katyusha. So what is also important from what you said is that, for example, we need to put this feminist lens to analyze or to change the energy system or the energy sector, but that's including more women, but that's not enough, and that's only representative. We had in Spain a lot of women in the forefront of the energy policies, and I don't see that things changed a lot only because there were women there. And that's an important thing to discuss and to say. Before I said that I'm really happy because we're a lot of women, but I also think that here there's a lot of women because we're discussing energy poverty. If you were discussing hydrogen or renewables deployment, I would like to see how many women would be present. So that's also important, because what tells us is that feminist perspective can help us bring in more women to the discussion, but can also help us that there's this amazing work done by Shannon Bell and Cara Daggett talking about petromasculinities, as Katyusha said, and also about how feminist energy systems are those who study the state of power into energy systems, and that's power, what we need to study, the power dynamics and the power imbalances, and we need to study how these power dynamics go into the design, the planning, the exchange, and the use of energy, and not only in the end, when we try to move things from the last bit of commercialization, the last bit of energy provision, and then we don't go to where the infrastructure is planned, who is planning this infrastructure, who's going to benefit for this energy that the infrastructure is generating, who's making the profit from the money that this energy brings, selling it up. So these are this political aspect of feminist theory, the economic aspect, the socio-ecological aspect, and the technological aspect also, because having a centralized energy system or a distributed one, it's also a feminist perspective. and bringing people into the planning and mostly trying to understand what this energy is going to be used for. From my perspective, that's one of the most feminist questions that you can ask yourself when you are doing like some new or planning some new infrastructure, as well as seeing it as a cycle. Energy is generated, energy is provided, and energy has ecological impact. So if we have to see it as a whole. And in the generation part, there's also this great movement into turning people, consumers, to people being involved with energy communities. And as Katyusha said, in these energy communities, there's again a gender imbalance. So Helen, as I said before, she's working in BESCOP, in .eu, in energy communities. And we wanted her to bring that perspective of energy communities, if women face challenges to be in energy communities, and how can policy enable a more gender balanced energy transition.
Yes, it's on. Thanks for the introduction and for creating this incredible platform to share these insights on such important topics. I wanted to react to some things that Katyusha also said, and those are very important things to note, critical notes with the energy community movement, and that is also something that we're made aware of quite often in discussions, especially with people who are not yet really convinced about energy communities and the benefits that they can bring to the energy transition. And that is that they empower the already empowered, which is men with some financial security, with some time to spare, sometimes and often also more elderly people. So that is something that we have to actively work on, because indeed we see that there's still a gender disparity in the people that our members can attract into their work, into their communities, into their initiatives. But we are also very much aware that, as you said, for example, that it's super important to create these platforms for people to feel that they can raise their voices, that they can be heard, that their concerns are taken seriously. And we also, as we see ourselves as kind of the movement of energy democracy, going into this very centralized space where it's very masculine, maybe very traditional, the incumbent powers not really feeling very keen on giving away their power. But we see that energy communities are gaining ground. But as they are gaining ground, we also need to make sure that they are doing so in a way that ensures that everybody can be able to benefit, is able to benefit from the benefits they can provide. And we are aware that through energy democracy, you can create these heterogeneous groups, and that is also the ideal that we're striving towards. They come a sort of reflection of the community or society in which they are located. But obviously that doesn't come from itself. We see that women tend to be more precautious, jumping into these opportunities that have to do with traditional sectors such as the energy system that are maybe seen as more technical. While we also see now, just with this group here, that it's also very much about social aspects. And there we see that more women feel more connection and empathy towards the topic that is presented. And so what we try to do amongst our members, because we are very much aware that this is a struggle, is to create this working group, this gender power working group. But we also produce a gender power ambition statement that our board signs. It is very much us telling the world, like, we see this as an issue, we recognize this as an issue, and we are willing to keep on learning. I think that is important, that you keep on learning and that you're not saying like, okay, at one point we're gender equal or we're inclusive and that's it. I think there's never a point where you can truly say that that is the case. But that you have to keep on learning, that you have to leverage that vision of energy democracy to the benefit of really making sure that everybody is able to access that human right of affordable and clean energy. And also we see that if they are included in the discussion, that we create more effective policies and more effective measures because people can see that this is something that fits with their situation. So that is very important, and we realize that this is important. And our board signed this mission statement. So it's online if people want to read it. But that we didn't stop there. We didn't stay just with a mission statement, but we have an active working group where our members share insights on gender power and inclusion. We also have this inclusivity guide. It's a guide where we share good practices and tips on how to create more resilient and more inclusive energy communities. And one of the first disclaimers is that we are not the experts yet, that we're still learning, but that we're on this learning path together with our members. We're also, we're promoting positive approaches such as using quota. That's also something that we do. We're using gender inclusive visuals. We're trying to make sure that in our team there's also work-life balance, that there's openness for people with different needs. But these are all steps that you take, and that take some time to get into the new work flow. But I think already realizing this and working actively on this is a good step, and we just need to continue on that path. But I'm happy to discuss this more later on.
Okay, now that's not going to be easy because I forgot to say before that Domi is going to speak now. So if you want to take your translator, if you don't speak Spanish, and if you want to take it, you already had it. Great. It's the first channel. So it's important also to say that women are not all the same. It's not a homogeneous group. We don't have the same privileges and opportunities even within women as a group. And that entails us like different, some women like have like some different kinds of oppressions that they are not looking like to break the ceiling glass, but to like go off the sticky floor. So in that sense, we wanted also to discuss some specific issues that face women in that transition that doesn't want to leave, that wants like to leave no one behind, but then it actually is leaving a lot of people behind. So we wanted to ask Domi, as a member of an assembly of people that are or have been in an energy poverty situation, why does she think that people are facing this distrust? I'm going to change. ¿Por qué la gente no confía en?
Why does people not trust energy communities, people who live in energy poverty? And why do you think there are not more women? But in our assemblies and stuff like that, there are a lot of women's participation. Well, it's true that our assemblies are mainly conformed of women. I would say up to 90%. And I believe one of the most important causes is because due to education or different reasons, women have the weight of the household of moving forward. So there's this sort of responsibility that sort of falls on them unfairly for to live on. And what was the first part of the question? Right, the distrust. Well, the distrust comes from these big companies who prefer or give priority to the benefits instead of helping people. So their objective is how to make each year make more money, and they don't care if a family is vulnerable, if a family is being cold in winter and too hot in summer, if they're able to pay their bills or not. It's easier to say this year we want to win this time more, and this family has to pay their bills come what may, and I'm going to harass them until they do. When it comes to energy communities, well, they are confirmed by big companies. And let's see, it would be easier for this energy to be made of, I can't find my words, really. That it is a cooperative, something that makes it easier for families, so that these oligopolies are not the ones who hold the control. So, but what do you think is the obstacle to these people who've lived in poverty, who are in debt, to enter these sort of communities? Yeah, I believe the biggest obstacle is an economical obstacle. A lot of these families cannot pay their bills, so they cannot also be a part of these communities. I would say this is the main problem, the cost.
Ourselves, how would energy communities be inclusive in terms of bringing in people that were in an energy poverty situation, and we found this kind of like there's a lot of distrust from a system that has been denying you the right to energy. So there's a lot of distance, and it's very difficult to trust again the energy being able to be fair. And also what Domi said, it's really important because at least in Spain, and there's a group that works on that, there's a lot of big companies that call you because they try to put renewable energy systems in your house, like photovoltaic systems and so on, so that there's a cooptation from the energy community concept from big companies. So in the end, you don't know what are you doing and who you're doing it for, so you just prefer to stand still so that you keep the things that you have. And that's one of the main barriers that we see, this distrust and this loss of believing in the new opportunity that energy communities can be. And we also wanted to ask Manon, I don't know if I know, we don't see her.
Can you hear me?
Yeah? Okay, so we wanted to know, because origin migration is also one of the most oppressing acts that people can endure in Europe. And we wanted to know that you are studying the refugee communities in the UK. What did you found working in this project, engaging with these communities? Which challenges did you found, and something that might be useful for us to learn from what you've been studying?
Yeah. Oh, there's quite some feedback on the system, sorry. Okay, I think, does that work? Can you still hear me? Yes. Okay, yeah. in my experience, it's been quite challenging. It's not easy. People have a range of experiences and traumatic experiences at that, and so people are sometimes suspicious about what you're doing, so I've worked with gatekeeper organisations, with charities who already have that established connection and trust with refugee communities, who are able to speak the languages that they speak. Often some people are comfortable communicating with you, in my case, in English. So having, a friend there who can be an interpreter and who also, they can bounce their ideas off of each other. Just having trusted members in the community has really, really helped, and going through those gatekeeper organisations who have years and years and years of experience working with these groups of people, and who introduce you as somebody that can also be trusted, has been really helpful. So I'd recommend reaching out to groups that already have those roots with the community.
So, thank you. Can you hear us? Yeah. I don't know if... Can you hear us now? Okay. Okay, thank you. We wanted, first of all, to open the floor if any of you wants to react to what others said, and then also to you. So if you want to ask questions, or we also have a couple of questions to ask you. So first of all, I don't know if Katiusa, Helen, or Domi, you want to say something? Or Manon?
Yes, I would like to react to some of the points that were made by the other panelists. So I think, one of the biggest challenges with the energy transition, and for it to be able to become our common story, is that there are these opportunities there, such as energy communities, and then activities such as collective self-consumption, energy sharing, all of these types of new things that are on the horizon, and there's opportunities there, there's potential there for a system change, but there's equally the chance for it to all just fall back on its feet and turn into nothing, because it's co-opted by big corporations, and because there's on purpose this confusion created between the difference between an energy community, which is led by citizens, their local authorities, maybe some small and medium type enterprises. And then you have those that are calling themselves energy communities, but in fact they are just big companies, kind of citizen washing themselves. And we see that exactly, for example, in Spain. We saw that this was an issue because there was actually quite some funding going through or created for energy communities, but it was all going, or a big chunk of that money was going to an energy community that was a sister or a sub project of Repsol, so a big oil company, and so this is really not beneficial for energy communities across Europe, because indeed then you create distrust and people don't know, okay, are they genuine, or is there this other big for-profit company behind this? It requires some time and people to take some responsibility to be active in an energy community, so you don't want this to go to waste. So you also want to know, like, okay, what is it that I'm stepping into? But we also see some very good examples among our members of energy communities that are really going the extra mile of creating more inclusivity, setting structures in place that are more gender aware or sensitive, such as Som Energia in Spain. They even organize eco-feminist workshops, and they also organized gender training for male employees, so that they're also aware of, okay, how do we deal with this topic? Because often when we talk about feminist topics,
I think especially now we see a huge backlash where there's this new image of men being strong and powerful and they're in the lead and women cannot take on these jobs. And I always have to think about this quote of Antonio Guterres, who said at one point, I want to live to see the day where there are as many women, incompetent women in power as there are incompetent men in power now. So yeah, I think that's really powerful. Like a lot of people are saying like, yeah, but if women are as competent as they say they are, then naturally they will float towards those positions. But we have to change the structures for them to be able to float in that way. And now all of these structures are more constructed towards men. And we see that energy communities are actually putting some of these things in place. For example, one of our German members, they use mostly women in their visuals. And then our Greek members are testing new ways of getting more women into their general assemblies by also offering childcare on the spot. And they get a very positive feedback from that, where parents are being able to join stress-free and participate in the decision-making of the energy community, while their kids are taken care of. And often they are also engaged in type of climate activities, which is then also beneficial because you create awareness among young children as well from an early age. So yeah, lots of opportunities, lots of examples, and but still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, one thing is also on how energy communities are being communicated to the population, because I think we also spoke with some cooperatives from Greece who said that it's actually usually communicated as financial investment, like you are enter the energy cooperative, you put in sum of money, and in so years you will get back the return and free energy and lower bills, etc. But women historically were discouraged from making financial investments, so they are not actually feeling as comfortable when approached with the idea of making financial investment. So there's probably a lot of opportunities to communicate about the membership in energy community, like to ensure your rights, to provide heating, like to talk about energy in a more plain way. I mean, every time you were going to use a very technical language or very technical, very sophisticated language, probably there will always be just a small group of people that would understand you, and you automatically excluded people who are not interested in technology. You're excluding people who don't understand. So you're excluding a lot of people, not who are amongst vulnerable groups and would benefit from participating in energy communities. So I believe that just talking about energy in simple, plain terms is probably also a good way.
Okay, so we also wanted you to share what you think, and we prepared just a couple of questions. First of all, it's a very simple one. Do you really think that new and strong policies are needed to foster this gender balance in the energy sector? Also, if you think that, if you know some of these policies, maybe in your countries, maybe in your regions, maybe at European level, that try to tackle this issue. Also, if you think that energy communities are one of the solutions to reduce energy poverty in a gender balanced way. And also, if you know also experiences that work with refugees groups or that try to foster this diversity in energy communities, including migrant populations. And of course, if you have another question, you can also make it. So.
Hi. I've heard this conversation many times, and it's such an important conversation to have. What really worries me is when it comes to energy, when you look, not looking at the European situation, but looking at the global situation. You know, the COP29 was held in a country where women have very little in terms of rights. Saudi Arabia, you know, a spade needs to be called a spade. That's the English expression. The problem needs to be identified as it really is. In so much of the world where oil and energy is super dominant, the male is super dominant, and women have very little power indeed. And that is, I'm sure, creating a global asymmetry that really needs to be rectified. And I don't see, do you see, any signs of a rectification of that problem? Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, so Marlies Hasselman, University of Groningen. I liked your question of like, to what extent could law and regulation play a role in improving this gender balance in the communities? I think what one lesson that was learned from many other areas where gender balances have been trying to improve, I'm also thinking about universities, for example, is that what will not per se help is putting in place quota or like ideas. I mean, that can be good for a goal, as a goal, but I think if you really want to improve gender balances in these spaces, you need to make space practically, structurally. So it is about indeed making sure that there is support for daycare, or that there is support for women, like we're trying to do also with this WISE project, empowerment, but also making sure that there is maybe financial support for women to participate. So I think it's much more in those areas than maybe from a regulatory perspective. And of course, you can put benchmarks of like a participatory body or representative body should be gender parity. There should be gender parity, but you will not achieve that if you do not have the support. And maybe my other question is like, to what extent can energy communities help energy poverty? I think that is still a big unsolved question. There is a lot of potential, especially if the prices are cheaper. But I'm maybe curious to ask also, Helene, do you have good examples of so far of communities where people with lower income have really been successfully integrated so far, or including especially also people that may have difficulty paying bills occasionally or regularly? Because I know from the Dutch context, this has been very difficult. And some of the larger communities that have tried to become inclusive, they have also realized that their community is becoming a different type of community once they start making that transition. Because there's many more social questions, bigger questions that come involved there as well, also the structural stuff. So do you have any good examples of where this is already happening?
I'm happy to respond to or give an opinion on both questions. First, the question of user, I don't know your name, but okay. So I think what we can do, we are in this situation in Europe where we have a history of colonialism, and other countries are not super keen on looking at Europe and then seeing someone pointing fingers and saying like, you should do it like this, and you should create gender parity, and you should do renewable energy. And also because we're still exploiting a lot of the global south and their resources. So I think what we can do is try to create positive stories. And I think, yeah, I'm convinced that we can do that with energy communities. I truly believe that we can do that and show an alternative of governing the energy system, because that's what it's about. It's the only way recognized in the EU of alternatively, collectively governing the energy system. And so it's an organizational concept in that sense. So in that sense, I think examples like this are really important to bring across to those countries, and also showcase that there's also a place for minorities in there, that there's also a place for women in there, for for people with other types of sociocultural vulnerabilities. But I do not think that we can achieve that by pointing fingers, because we have that history of us going into different countries and saying you should do it in that way. Everybody's on a different learning curve, and of course there's this urge. We have a climate crisis hanging above our heads, and we all need to be in this together. But we're not going to achieve that by pointing fingers, and especially not at the wrong people. But then to come to the other question about good examples, because then I think it's really a good thing to bring those into the conversations. To be honest, the energy poverty conversation in the energy community sector only started a couple of years ago with the energy crisis. Before that, we also had a couple of projects running on this, but it was the awareness about the issue, I think, in a general sense among people, all walks of life, among citizens, among public authorities. There was low awareness of energy poverty, also not really seen as a distinct problem compared to regular poverty. But we see that growing now, and a lot of our members are reaching out to us like, okay, how can we do things differently? How can you support us? We have super inspiring cases. We have been working with some very inspiring cases in the SEAS project in the past. We've published a toolkit. Marilyn's probably happy to show you the way to that toolkit, with quite some interesting cases in there that showcase how we've had pilots that have been run in social housing neighborhoods. For example, in London, we have a very powerful organization, Repowering London, that really was able to mobilize neighborhoods, very vulnerable neighborhoods in deprived areas of London, and to really give them the tools to set up their own energy communities. They get some support from Repowering London, but they are running their own energy cooperatives in that social housing estate and using the benefits to what they feel is needed in the community, such as setting up a community center, an educational program for high school. So these are really things that I would recommend you to look into. And then other communities are also experimenting now with social shares, for example, where people with less financial flexibility or security are able to join the movement or the community for example, €1 or on a payback term when they make savings on their energy bills. So these are all types of mechanisms that we see appearing. We don't really have a general view yet. I think we need to do a very big survey for that. And I'm planning on doing one because it's going to be some interesting data. But I cannot give you an overview of like, these are the social benefits that they generate now. These are the number of energy poor people that are being helped. But I see things are moving. So yeah.
Yeah, in that sense, I think Friends of the Earth did a study also trying to tackle how different energy communities try to solve this issue. Another thing that I think that it's important, and that when we did like our focus group, we also saw is that people, vulnerable groups, they most of the women said, okay, I don't want to go to an energy community and pay less quota than the other pay because I don't want to be the one that doesn't pay. Because it leaves you in a very difficult situation, and you've been to social services, you've been asking for money all your life, and then you have to be there, and it's supposed to be a community, and then you're the one that are getting free stuff. So it's because that we see that in informal connection, when people connect themselves to the grid, they really want to pay, but it's the company that is not enabling them to be connected to the grid. So for us, that is the most important thing to solve. And in related gender terms, like women are in charge of the household most of the times, and they pay for the things they need. So it's just like I have to go there and ask for something that other people have. So there's like this energy community in Barcelona, And Barcelona has like 2% of public housing and 60% of people that are renting. So it's just really difficult for energy communities to flourish where you have like tenants that don't really want, and 70% of the house stock with very, very bad energy efficiency. But this energy community started with the main idea. I'm a member of the energy community. It's like with the main idea that we want to have an energy community that answers to who actually lives in the neighborhood. So we first studied how many people were like in energy poverty, and we said, so every 10 members, 2 to 3 have to be like people that are in energy poverty, 5 have to be women. So we want to represent our society and not the like white old society. And what we are trying, we established like a fund so that people and there's like this commission formed by 3 people that are in charge of energy poverty issues. So only these people know who is paying and who is not paying the annual quote, would you say? So it's, and we do like this, when you enter the community, you answer like a really long survey, that's true. And this survey tries to know how the community is improving your life every year in terms of I pay less for my energy, because we also have like kind of we want to improve houses in some 10 years or something. And then the idea is that people don't know who's paying and that everybody has the same political power within the community. And I think that that's like really important, because when you share what it's like, we have like 10%, I don't know how to say it in excedence, of excess energy, like surplus energy, and that we're gonna give that surplus energy to people that cannot pay for it. And that's kind of not energy democratization in terms of political power and decision of having everybody on board. So yeah, there are some like teeny tiny examples because there's 40 people in the community. And Manon wants to say something, sorry, because... okay, because before she was talking, okay, go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, is it a good time to do the presentation now? I'm a bit lost.
Yes, go ahead for it.
Can you see the slide?
Yes. Yes, we can see.
Okay, yes, sorry, I had a presentation to run through, but I can't see the slides, so I'm going to guess, and I'll do a very quick distilled version, because I think we're running out of time. So, yes, thanks for having me online. I think, I couldn't be there in Brussels today. I'm a PhD researcher at the University of Manchester, as Irena introduced, and my research is looking at the drives and experiences of energy poverty amongst refugee communities who are in the UK. It's very much a work in progress. I'm still in the analysis phase, also before I start, I'd want to emphasise that, as Irena was saying, women are a diverse group of people, so are refugee communities, representing a large number of nationalities, cultures, ethnicities, people from all different walks of life. So what I'm going to say is by no means like reflective of the experience of all refugees. The next slide, please. So you should see on this slide a range of headlines that have come out of the UK in the last few years, just to give a flavour of the sort of seemingly never-ending landscape of crisis that we face as a nation. Going from COVID to housing to austerity to an energy crisis to a cost of living crisis that's fueled a homelessness crisis to a so-called migrant crisis, which is just to sort of bear in mind as a state of the nation backdrop to the stories that I'll share during the presentation. So on the next slide, just a really quick overview of the asylum process in the UK, and just to share a definition, the definitions that I'm going to be using, because what a refugee is and what an asylum seeker is varies context to context. It's also extremely politically charged. So when I use the term refugee and asylum seeker, then I'm using the UK's legal definition. So that's an asylum seeker, someone who's made a claim for asylum in the UK but hasn't received a decision on that claim, and a refugee is somebody who's received a positive decision on their claim and has therefore the right to remain and the leave to remain in the UK. The UK has a number of different schemes for refugees of different nationalities that have a range of levels of support, welcome, and huge levels in financing. So, for example, for Ukrainians and Syrians, but most people don't come to the UK, they don't arrive to the UK via those routes. They often arrive informally. There's been a lot of noise about small boats crossing the channel that you might have seen in the media. And these people enter the general asylum system. And in that system, people are provided accommodation. They don't get any say in where they live. And they're often housed in hotels and hostels. People aren't usually allowed to work. And they're just given £8.86, so around €10 a week to live on. That amount does cover people's meals, rent and bills, but that still has to pay for any transportation people might have, legal representation, medication, clothes, so on. And to give you an idea how little money that is, a return bus fare in the UK is around £4, so around €5, in most places, so that money doesn't stretch very far. So unfortunately, a lot of people in the asylum system just live below the poverty line. I'll skip the rest of that in the interest of time. So on the next slide, just to, in the context of what I've said, my research is looking at 3 case studies in the UK, London, Manchester and Calderdale in West Yorkshire. I've done lots of different interviews and a photo edification side. So the quotes that I'm going to share with you in the next slide are from refugee women and some stakeholders, and I'll just highlight the key points about what that can tell us about energy poverty as it's experienced by those communities. So on this slide, hopefully everyone can see these 4 quotes from female refugees that I've spoken to, and I believe they exemplify the key characteristics of refugees' experiences of energy, and that's centred around a lack of access to adequate housing and the energy-related issues that entails, and the fact that there's also no systematic provision of energy advice to new refugees. So in the first quote, Rafia says, would they live here? No, they wouldn't. Why did they make us live here? And due to the housing crisis, there's just such a severe shortage of appropriate housing for new refugees. So people are living in temporary accommodation after they receive their status, sometimes for years at a time. So there's no possibility to be able to settle down or feel at home due to that constant uncertainty. And often people end up homeless, sofa surfing or sleeping. And when people do access housing due to low income and a chronic shortage of social housing, many refugees end up in informal renting arrangements or in the worst end of the private rented sector, where quality standards can be really, really poor. People recounted problems with exploitative landlords, overcrowding, and mould and damp, which Zara tells us in the second quote, and how it affects her health, in her case, with her asthma. Many refugees arrive in the UK with complex trauma and physical and mental health conditions, which are exacerbated by living in cold and damp homes. And the photo that's on the slide shows the bathroom in a disabled refugee's home, where so much mould grew that ceiling actually collapsed in the middle of the night. And so the next quote, I've got them the wrong way around on the slide, so sorry about that. It's the bottom quote from Dina, which tells us that she didn't know the system at all and couldn't read the paperwork. And that's a core issue that a lot of refugees come across. Nobody I spoke to had received any advice on energy whatsoever, how to feel warm, how to navigate the UK's energy system. And some people didn't even know that they needed to pay bills because that was done for them in the asylum system, so that they assumed that kind of carried on, and that's the way it worked in the UK. And over 40% of the people I spoke to were in debt on their energy accounts. And that's not helped by the fact that bills and letters are in English. They contain complex terminology, which people often can't understand. And people sort of recounted putting bills aside because they just didn't know what to do with them. And then, unfortunately, debt started to accrue their account. And then finally, the last quote from Sophie, I think really hit home the human influence of the issues, where she feels fear when a letter comes through her letterbox, in case it's a bill that she has no money to pay for, to the extent that her house isn't a place of peace and security for her. So on the next slide, there's just a couple of quotes from stakeholders who are working mostly in the charity sector. And as a result of austerity and cuts to public funding, the responsibility to pick up issues such as energy, integration, finding work, and falls more and more to the voluntary sector. As they've interviewed each day, who else is going to do it if it's not them? Unfortunately, due to the housing crisis that we faced, it's so chronic in most cases that energy is just a secondary concern for charities. So people don't have time to cover that issue, which is understandable when you're trying to stop people becoming homeless. And I'll just skip to the last quote on that slide in the interest of time, which I think is unfortunately really sad, that for so many people, their income is unfortunately just so low and their budgets are so tightly constrained that there's nothing more that charities can do for them. They can give them a voucher, but they know that next month they'll be back needing another one. So unfortunately, this is not a very happy story that I have to share with you. Yes, on the next slide, I would argue that for refugees, they are disproportionately exposed to the main drivers of energy poverty, so low income, high energy costs and poor housing conditions. But in this case, because the UK government has pursued a hostile environment stance towards migrants, combined with 15 years of austerity, I would argue that we could go further. We could than energy poverty and turn this energy deprivation, because there's a deliberate denial of adequate energy services by the state towards refugee and asylum-seeking communities. Next slide, please. Just on this slide, I've put some emerging policy solutions that we could adopt in this case, such as bringing the conversation about refugee support and energy support together. I'll leave that up there for you to read in the interest of time, but I would just close by saying that we need to stop punishing refugees for being refugees, as there's so much stigma and misinformation about this community that's driven by governments and media, of course. No one chooses to be a refugee, so we need to start treating people with dignity and respect so that they can start rebuilding their lives. And the policy changes that I put up, of course, are small, and we need structural change, but we need to start somewhere. And I would suggest that those are some small ways that we can start doing that. So thank you for listening. Sorry about the mix up with presentations and questions and so on. Irena, back to you.
So thank you, Manon. And again, I'm sorry, the challenges of a hybrid panel. We almost missed your brilliant presentation. So now we are close to time. So we have like 4 minutes left, I think. If there's any other question or a question that you would like to pose to Manon. Laia.
Actually, it was a question for Domi, because she hadn't had a question yet. I wanted to ask about community, what community means for her, for someone who is working from the community. Where does she see community as part of the solution here?
I didn't understand the question correctly, I think. Well, I have understood it, yes. For me, The community is of the utmost importance. And why? Because it's not the same to fight alone against something that doing it in a collective fashion. So I think that we have to make all this visible so that this movement can make progress, can go forward. All communities, all groups, all collectives are stronger if they fight in a united way. When we are suffering from energy poverty, it's very difficult to fight against all these energy giants. You feel a tiny person, and in my case, as well as in the case of many members of the EAPN, it's much simpler because you can receive the moral support, you can be assisted and accompanied by a group in case of trouble. So, yeah, for me, it's much more important to be united.
Thank you for all the presentations. Irene, to answer the questions that you launched, I think that policy can help. Yes, I think that something about. I cannot remember exactly the question, but then you also asked about policy in our country. Very briefly, there has been some policy on, for example, quotas, female quotas in companies, but that is mainly applied to the directive level. And I think that, as Katyusha said, that brings more women to the companies, but that doesn't make companies feminist themselves. And I think that is something that a lot of people that were part of the previous political cycle in Spain have learned the hard way, that having more women in politics doesn't make politics feminist. It just brings more women. So I think that they are necessary, but probably not enough. And then just two brief examples of vulnerable households in general in energy communities. The colleagues from the municipal housing company in Getafe, they are giving, besides the energy bonus that you receive in Spain for being in a vulnerable situation, they are paying the fee for participating in energy communities. So it's not that they are lowering them for them, but they're just giving the money to the households so the households can access the energy community as another household, which is interesting. And we are developing an energy community in Oliver, which is the most deprived, one of the most deprived neighborhoods in our hometown, with also working a lot with the local civil society organizations, also with psychologically diverse population in the community. So I think that it's interesting, but I think that one key question is, how do we make participation more accessible? Because it's not only the question of having different people, including people in the energy communities, but actually empowering disempowered people through those processes. And also in general, how do we make participation itself more accessible? Because I'm part of the neighborhood association in my hometown, I'm part of the environmental association in my hometown. No one is participating, even though they are empowered, disempowered. So it's just maybe rethinking how do we do participation nowadays, because we are aiming to have vulnerable population participating in spaces, but everyone else is not participating in those spaces anyway. So what do we do with that?
So I don't know if you want a final word.
It's a good question, because we also see that within energy communities, you always have a very active core, and then you have people that join the energy community indeed more as an economical investment or just to be part, even if it's just in a symbolic sense of something in which they believe in, without really truly putting in the extra effort of going to meetings, of going to I think, yeah, so that's a very good question. We have all sorts of workshops also on this, like how do we create more, how do we make this core group larger, but also how do we just accept that that is just how it is. You have a core group, then you have an outer circle that maybe sometimes comes to the General Assembly, and then you have a very big circle of people that are member of the energy community, but that you never see, you never hear. And yeah, that's maybe also something that you need to accept, but we're also looking for those other perspectives. So motivating people to come with, we see that communities often use food to bring people together. That always works. Everybody likes food. Informal moments, I don't know, it's also not just doing only those boring meetings about, because I've also been part of some meetings of boards, for example, of energy communities, and they are very technical, and sometimes it's just, yeah, you feel a bit alienated from, okay, so this is the energy community, but it's way more than that, and you also have to show that. So creating more community events, a lot of energy communities do a community or family day, or so it's showcasing these different types of activities that you do as a community, and then someone will find something that fits their purpose. Maybe someone's just looking for a fun family day, and then you can lure them into other activities of the energy community as well. I don't know, but it's a search for us as well.
Okay, so I think we're gonna wrap up. I hope we managed to explain what we intended to, even if it was a bit organized, but to bring like this overarching perspective of how the energy sector is so gender imbalanced, to try to understand how gender is often embedded with other axes of inequality, and how we thought when we were preparing this that community, energy communities, and social bonding were one of the solutions to prevent also energy poverty, like not only like providing kilowatts or providing energy or electricity, but also providing this community sense, which among refugees and people that already are in energy poverty is harder than for others, and try to also understand the perspective that I think that it's really important, and that I, for example, feel as a responsibility that women, we are not the same, and some of us have privileges, even if we are women, so we are more responsible also for tackling these inequalities, and thank you all, and I think it's lunchtime, I don't know.
Okay, so I think I'll start slowly. My name is Miriam Eiserman. I'm from Energy Cities, European City Network. We're a European learning platform for cities since 35 years by next year. We're based in Brussels and in Besançon in France. So if you want to join us at our annual conference next year in Besançon, we would be really happy, because we'll talk about lots of things, including energy communities, the fair transition, and anything related also to your topics. But today's session is focused on another topic that actually, I don't know if you realize, but this morning this word hasn't come up, health. We didn't talk about health at all, and I think it's even more legitimate than to spend this afternoon on the topic and to see how energy poverty and health interconnect. Maybe as a start, I would like to see who of you in the room, just to get a sense of how many people of you are more from the energy field and how many of you are more from the health sector. So maybe those who are from the energy field, who feel more kind of from this field, can raise their hand. Yes. Energy? Okay. That's rather balanced. I would say there are some more energy people, but overall it's quite nice to see that, that we brought some health people in as well. To start, maybe a figure, 80%.
No, we can hear you because you put your mute.
Yeah, I'm speaking to myself. So we have two of our remote speakers starting the discussion already. Sorry for this. Maybe you can mute the sound, Simona, so that we don't hear them for now, because I will just start. We will just bring them in afterwards. 80% is more than 80% of our health depends on external factors, actually. And as you may know, that in many places also, for example, your postal code may decide quite a lot around how your health is. So there is this bit which might be in our control to a certain extent, mainly at the individual level, and then there are all those social determinants of health, social and ecological and economic determinants around that influence also the way how healthy and how well we are. As I said, so we're from the Well-Based Project, and maybe as not all of you are from the health field, I wanted just to set a bit the scene around what type of health problems we're talking about when we talk about energy poverty. Obviously, why do we talk about this? It's because it's kind of a vicious circle. Energy poverty influences health as much as health conditions influence energy. So it's unfortunately, kind of a negative spiral that you get into once you're there. When we're talking about health, it's physical, mental, and social health. Social health is quite often forgotten, but it's really, really important as well. So obviously, when you live in a damp and mold or super hot apartment, it may affect your breathing, create any cardiovascular diseases, respiratory conditions. We've listed all that here. If you don't manage to pay your bill or you don't know how to pay anymore your kids' leisure activities, that creates anxiety, depression, stress. You might not be able to sleep because the nights are too hot or too cold. And obviously your social health, you might not feel at ease to invite anyone in your place because the place is too cold or too hot or just indecent, and you would stop meeting people at home. So there is a number of issues, and that's exactly what we were looking into through the Well-Based Project, to see what is the interplay actually between energy poverty and health. What are the interventions that can potentially alleviate those issues? And what we did is, and Well-Based is a project that started in 2021 that ends in February 2025. It's a research project funded by the Horizon 2020 EU program. And it's quite a unique project because it's a research project, but local authorities were really key actors because they were pilots designing interventions for people in energy poverty. Those interventions, or the series of interventions that were designed, were very much place-based. So each pilot really decided what they wanted to do in the households, energy poor households that were identified. That's what we call the well-based urban programs. So these are also meant to inspire other local authorities to implement similar interventions. And these ranged from rather kind of, let's say, low-hanging fruits, I don't know if you can say this so, but more around energy efficiency advice, or doing kind of smaller interventions like insulating the windows with I don't know how you call it, like insulation tape, things like this. So these were some measures explaining households also how to better deal with energy, how they can optimize their energy bills, how they get access to social tariffs, for example, in Spain. And then we had 2 pilots where the measures were a bit more in-depth, where we had a replacement of the heating system, for example, that was in Edirne in Turkey, or in Leeds, where there was really a whole retrofit of the building fabric. So these are obviously more substantial interventions. Overall, the project involved more than 1,300 people in energy poverty in the Netherlands, in Latvia, in Spain, in Hungary, and in Turkey. And in parallel to those interventions, so these are the well-based urban programs that I was talking about, and their kind of special aspect to it was that we used the ecological model of health determinants, so looking into the different layers through which we can influence health and improve health and energy poverty situations, going from the really micro level of the particular person to the very macro level of like society, policy, cultural norms, and anything that is really dependent on bigger institutions, let's say. And I think today we're also trying to go through those different layers in the 2 roundtables that we have. So while we did those interventions that I was mentioning, the research teams went into the households and collected data as well, because we wanted to see to which extent those interventions made a change on the people's health and well-being over time. Over 18 months, which is not much, so that was really a big challenge also of our project. So data collection concerned, well, the home comfort overall. So these were, temperature, humidity, CO2 levels were measured. Then we did questionnaires on health. This included how is the sleep quality of people, their overall mental well-being, and their energy habits. And then there were direct measurements of health as well, like blood pressure, oxygen saturation, how is also the air quality in their area. And in parallel to that, so this was the quantitative data collection, we also did interviews with those people to really capture the lived experience of those who are suffering from energy poverty through qualitative interviews. And so this was quite a big job by all our teams and partners. We saw that obviously, so I will share some project results, but we're still in the phase of really compiling and wrapping up all the data. So this is still a bit preliminary, and you'll get more by the end of the project in February. But we definitely saw that energy poverty worsens health conditions, especially for those who are already in difficult situations. We had, for example, one person who was telling us that she was living with a breathing. She was dependent on a breathing machine, and she said she had to decide whether she would run this breathing machine or whether she would watch television. Which is obviously a trade-off that is quite quickly made, because she wouldn't be able to live comfortably without her breathing machine, but it also shows which type of sacrifices those people are doing on overall well-being, on entertainment, or even information in that case if it's television. So we heard really stories that were heartwarming, and where we see that it's hard to get until the end of the month with those decisions. Around 30% of our participants said they experienced mental health problems, such as depression or anxiety. We had around 40% of participants who said they had more than 3 chronic conditions, and that's indeed something, if you live over years constantly in an indecent home, then those chronic conditions develop and won't go away that quickly. People had quite a number of doctor visits, and then in the intervention group we saw that there was really a high level of hypertension and limited peak flow by about a fifth of our participants. So we saw that this is definitely a big concern for those people in energy poverty. I wanted also to share some of the stories so that those people told us in the qualitative interviews, because it's not only about those figures that I just started to share, but it's also about how they feel and what they, sometimes it's even more telling what they share when they met our research teams. So in terms of positive feedback, we had one person who said that they are learning and understanding of the builds increased a lot, so the people were really happy about the energy bill advice that was given through the project. Someone who was saying that, there was someone in Valencia who said that in terms of breathing, he suffered from pain for a long time, and that this has improved after the interventions. And something which is really, very, very interesting, and I think it's something that we might not think of as such, is someone who's saying that the interventions improved her mood. I have this feeling that someone cares about us. Just this one conversation is enough for me for months or 2 months. So it shows that there is also this whole relationship building that is getting lost by people who are in energy poverty, and that interventions that we have should also target the social part of things. I will try to be quick because we don't have much time, but from our key takeaways, we've seen that there were also some good things. People said they feel they have more control also over their energy, either because they understood better their bills or because they had better heating that they can use. But then obviously, and this is also the downside of those EU-funded projects that have a very limited time and limited budget, that we saw that there might have been a need for more time to see if there were stronger impacts on health, and we will still look into the data, obviously, to see what we can out of this. But we had positive and no changes. This is something that we need to say as well. The effects of the project's interventions on the health, we thought that what is important, quite often people are very energy, not all of them, but quite more energy literate than what we think. And so when we design new practical solutions, we should definitely also make them really adapted to their needs and understand at what level we meet them, at what knowledge level we meet them. To listen to what people want and tailor those interventions, secure the resources. That's what I meant when I said the EU projects sometimes are a bit limited. And obviously, improving health through a short-term intervention like we had. 18 months is pretty short. 18 months in 6 pilots. It's probably good if we can have some follow-up actions similar to well-based. And obviously, and that's something that we started to discuss this morning, more things are needed rather than having quick fixes. We need really to change the structural causes of energy poverty and of health and of social conditions of people. So it's all around retrofitting the energy market, helping people to get out of their overall poor social condition, and combine energy and health, the energy and health sector, the energy and health experts, and that's actually what we want to do today as well. And I'll end here actually, and I will now introduce you to João, who will be the moderator of the first panel. We will have 2 panels overall, one which is more focusing really on the European public health perspective and how we can bring this health perspective into EU policies and vice versa. And Joao will moderate this session. He's part of the coordination team of the European Energy Poverty Advisory Hub and researcher at the Sensei Noval FCT in Portugal. And we'll have a second panel, where we'll more zoom into like the local and regional challenges and realities. And this one will be moderated by my colleague Lucy Middlemiss from the University of Leeds. But now maybe over to you, Joao. I will hand the mic to you, and you can introduce the speakers, out of which one for this panel is connected online, and for the second one as well. Oh, yeah. No, I will.
You can take it down. Okay. Okay. So maybe I can get joined with Matilda. Come, yeah. So we have one online speaker, Dr. Maria Neira, which I'll present in a second. Then we have Matilda here, and also Thomas. We can take one of the chairs. Maybe it's too much. Yeah. Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you first for the invitation from the Well-Based team. I'm also part of the advisory board of the Well-Based project, which is a super interesting project that first tackled, as Miriam was showing, the connection between energy poverty and health, trying to reach out to the most vulnerable consumers, and also trying to assess what might be the impacts of relevant energy efficiency measures. So on the panel today, I have online on the bottom right corner, Dr. Maria Neira, which is the Director of the Department of Environment, Climate Change and Health at the World Health Organization. So prior to that, she served as Undersecretary of Health and President of the Spanish Food Safety Agency. So round of applause to Dr. Maria, please. Thank you.
Thank you. A pleasure to be with you, and I suppose that this empty chair is mine, so please don't touch it. I will be sitting there, even if you cannot see me, you see me only on the screen. It's really a pleasure to be with you, and particularly because you are touching a thing that is of critical importance from a political point of view. And you know that if we want to talk about public health, we need to talk about big politics. Let me maybe start with a couple of sentences about the context, the global context. 2 weeks ago, we were in Baku at the COP29, and as you know, at least I'm sure that you heard very well that unfortunately the ambition that the countries, the member states had in terms of the decisions that they were supposed to take and mitigating the process of climate change was not at the level of the magnitude of the problem we are facing. So unfortunately, COP was again a place where we were discussing that we were not able as a society to deal with the real causes, one of the main causes why we are having this energy and poverty crisis that we are suffering now. WHO, the World Health Community at large, we were presenting a report that the title was Health is the argument for climate action. And this report, we are suggesting that health has to be at front when motivating action on dealing with the climate change and adaptation, and the funds that needs to be associated with the mitigation strategies. And as you know, among the mitigation strategies, for us, there are three critical transitions. One is the transition to sustainable, healthy urban planning. I mean, 4 hours will be now designed in order to cope with all of these challenges. A transition to sustainable food system, and the third one, or the first one, according to different no priorities here. The first one is about transition to sustainable, clean, renewable sources of energy. It's very clear that without an acceleration of this access to clean, renewable sources of energy, our health will continue to suffer. And as you know, at the moment, we have 7 million premature deaths associated with air pollution, which is one of the consequences of not having access to clean sources of energy. So for us, this health argument on accelerating this transition, on how much, stating how much the energy access and health are linked, and how by using this health argument, we can help to accelerate this transition to different sources of energy at the household level, where we need to look at efficiency, energy efficiency, clearly, the new materials that are used in construction, how we work with other sectors, which type of subsidies do we need for people to have access to heating sources, and of course at the city level, where we need to prepare for those heat waves and other situations that will require as well the energy for cooling when we have climate-related meteorological situations where we will need this. And so for us, this energy and health are extremely connected and can be used from a very strong political way to accelerate and to make sure that there is only one way to protect the health of the people, which pass as well through ensuring that they have access to sources of energy to heat or to cool, depending on the situation. And of course, this has to be ensured particularly for the most vulnerable population. Let me stop here and back to you. Maybe we can keep the conversation later.
Thank you, Maria. Well, this is important because since the latest energy crisis, we have seen that energy poverty has been really at the forefront of European and some member states' political agenda. But this connection between health and energy needs to be stronger for the future. So today also with me, I have here Thomas de Jong. So Thomas is a policy manager at European Public Health Alliance, covering their work on specifically wealth equity. So please, Thomas, I think any.
Does that work? Yes, perfect. Yeah, thanks a lot, João. Also, of course, big thanks to the Well-Based Consortium and to the Right to Energy Coalition, because I'm really happy to be having this conversation here today. Great introduction by Maria also, because I think looking at it from that global perspective, crisis perspective, what I'm going to try to focus on today is how that plays within the more European context, how we can sort of, well, set up policy to start counteracting energy poverty and how it relates to the health impacts. So when I'm talking about this from the perspective of the European Public Health Alliance, we have been working on this topic off and on for a couple of years. I joined that discussion myself last March, and I'm reminded of the initial skepticism that we faced. So the question was asked, why is a public health actor joining a discussion on energy poverty? And that made me scratch my head a bit. It still makes me scratch my head now, because my logic would be, after all, if we don't heat our homes for our health, then what do we heat them for? So the fact that this is not blatantly obvious to a lot of people is, well, what led us to a decision to publish a paper on this topic and to start joining the discussion based on that. So to bring together those arguments, those health arguments as well, in a paper called Powering Health Equity. In this paper, really, we collected the wealth of evidence that exists already to essentially contribute to the social and equity perspective, but from the health perspective. So how can we ensure inclusive energy poverty interventions? Now, I won't surprise you if I say that energy poverty is at its core a social issue. So as said, it was extremely important for us to ensure that we strengthen that social argumentation from the health perspective rather than focusing on health in and of itself, because that shouldn't really be the point. So this reflects very much how we approach this topic at IFA. We base ourselves on the social determinants of health, work that Maria's office has also published a lot on and that we rely on very much. So these non-medical factors that influence our health, employment, education, housing. And the approach to energy poverty really is no different there. Most of the things we talk about, some of it has also already been mentioned by Miriam, but I can go in a little bit more detail. So one of the concepts that we find very interesting is the energy ladder, the idea that often people from poorer households might be more likely to use traditional or more polluting energy sources. And this relates also to something else that Miriam has already mentioned, what we call, with a difficult word, the bidirectional causal relationship. In more simple terms, the vicious cycle. So the fact that energy poverty can cause poor health, but poor health also in turn has a large impact on being a determinant for energy poverty itself. And that is very significant because of the market impacts that health has, or that energy poverty has on health, also in a very unequal way. So Another paper that Eva already published on indoor air quality shows that poor housing quality and pollution may in very different ways impact indoor air quality. And this may lead to also too high or too low temperatures. It may lead to microbial pollution, damp, poor ventilation. And these in turn may have very marked effects on different kinds of diseases. The way in which this works is quite complex, but you can be thinking about cardiovascular diseases, musculoskeletal, respiratory diseases. So those effects go very wide. That's only physical health. I know that the Well-Based Consortium in their work also points to mental health. So the fact that utility bill arrears may have a very marked effect on mental health. Miriam mentioned also the social effects of it, many different ways in which your mental health is impacted by energy poverty. And with that in mind, it becomes very clear that that public health perspective is very important when you're looking at energy poverty. Now, of course, you may assume that when you start doing energy poverty interventions and you start counteracting energy poverty, that the health effects, the positive health effects will follow automatically. But in reality, it's not that simple. Again, I'm looking at the work that the Well-Based Consortium has done on this, and they point, for example, to the fact of household budgeting priorities. So you may be getting energy or housing renovations done, but that doesn't necessarily mean that those savings are then also going into decisions that focus on your health first and foremost. So those effects may still be mitigated. If that point is ignored, especially those most marginalized or vulnerable, they will be left behind, and that runs fully counter to the principles that, for example, the just transition is based on. So that again adds to the importance of taking that approach. Now, that is a moral consideration. I think that is the most important consideration to make, but of course there is also an economic consideration. Often quoted research from the Buildings Performance Institute in Europe points to some French and Spanish research, and I've got the numbers here that shows that energy renovations have also the potential to create great healthcare savings. So in the Spanish case, there was a mention of a yearly healthcare savings potential of 558 million euros, and in France, that goes up to 930 million euros per year. Again, from less of a moral perspective and an economic perspective, that becomes very clear that even from that fact alone, taking that approach is useful. So to conclude, I want to reiterate that our reasoning, our messaging is really meant to contribute to a wide range of social and equity discussions, and also to contribute to the work of social and equity civil society actors. We do not necessarily want to essentialize the public health aspect, but we do see it as a crucial consideration of the wider social and equity approach to energy poverty. We have provided 6 recommendations to contribute to that narrative. So we're talking about, I will very briefly mention them here. First and foremost, that energy poverty policy takes a health in all policies approach. Again, this relates to also that wider crisis approach, also when we're talking about climate change, environmental issues. To monitor these policies with health indicators. To apply more specifically the public health perspective to building and energy interventions, so the very specific actions that we take. In those actions include public health professionals. Very important last 2 points, focusing on community engagement. Some of the examples that Miriam showed earlier show the value in that. And of course, to prioritize it within that work, marginalized and vulnerable groups. Now, I'm very much aware of the fact that the discussion on energy poverty is picking up currently. We are, based on the work of this paper, but also, of course, all of the resources that went into that from our colleagues at the Well-Based Consortium, people at the Right to Energy Coalition, we are ready to contribute to that equitable approach from the health perspective. Because after all, that health perspective is crucial to that social approach. I think the title of the session sums that up very well. So to approach it from a right to energy perspective, but also from a right to health perspective, combining the two. So I'll conclude it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Well, So one thing you raise is something I've been also noticing at European, but also especially at the national case in Portugal, it is lack of awareness of doctors to this issue connecting energy poverty. So this is something, of course, energy poverty is picking up on the EU policy, but this connection I think is being made mostly, but luckily, as Miriam was showing, we have kind of half-half or something around energy and health. This is picking up, and this is interesting to understand because also the complexity of designing policies and like, for example, looking to the renovation wave of European stock, residential stock is already difficult. So this connection with health, with the impacts of health assessment and so on might increase some kind of complexity, but this is something we have to be dealing the next couple of years, months. But that said, I invite you now to like, I have a question for you, Matilde. So Matilde is, since 2022, a policy officer in the Consumer and Just Transition Unit of DG Energy from the European Commission. And we are looking to this change also on European policy, trying to look more to energy poverty, but also making some considerations to the health connection. So what do you think this will change into the next EU mandate? What we can expect from that? So what you think the EU Commission and the Parliament now can bring new to this discussion on energy poverty and health?
Thank you very much, João. Thank you very much first for this invitation to this panel. It's really a pleasure to be there and to share with you our vision from the DGNR, from the Commission. But that's true that I work in DGNR, so I will have an energy perspective for sure. I have to say that I'm really happy also to see well-based the project financed by EU fund. I think this is really the role of this kind of project to launch such debates and to also identify the gaps that we have in the European framework. So this is clearly a very good result of this project to bring everyone in this room today. So regarding your question on the new commission that is just has been confirmed last week, and that it's the first day today, the overall ambition is really to address the urgent crisis while position the EU as a leader in global governance, innovation and sustainability. I noted 3 pillars in the van der Leyen program: a free and democratic Europe, a strong and secure Europe, and prosperous and competitive Europe. Of course, we will focus on the third and last pillar, but I think that the first one, free and democratic, has also to be linked to all our projects and especially the work on energy poverty. So the last pillar, a prosperous and competitive Europe, will be reached by accelerating the green and digitalization transition, including investment in renewable energy and artificial intelligence, strengthening the EU role, EU global competitiveness by fostering innovation. Additionally, energy will be a major focus, integrating sustainability with energy security to stabilize energy supply and prices. So the priority of our new commissioner in charge of energy and housing, Dan Jorgensen, will be, and it's in his mission letter, the first objective is the implementation of the legal framework. It's not the sexiest thing, I would say, in terms of communication, but it's really necessary to achieve all our goals that we pursue, especially in energy poverty, and I will come back to that. In the first 100 days, we will expect to have a Clean Industrial Act that aims at fostering competitiveness for our industry and an action plan for affordable energy. This will also be linked to energy poverty fight, and there is a strong focus for the commissioner on this topic. Among other topics, there will be also developing renewables, storage, electrification, investment for infrastructures and grids. Those are also parts of the objective of the commissioner. And there is also something in the mission letter that will be a citizen energy package.
among other to increase citizen participation, but also to address energy poverty and contribute to European affordable housing plan. I really think that this will be also a core to the next mandates, and it will design also the relation to the citizens and to include them more in the just transition. During his hearings, the Commissioner recalled that we will put a strong emphasis on the energy efficiency of buildings and contribute to the first EU anti-poverty strategy, with concrete actions to bring tangible results such as reducing energy costs and energy poverty across Europe. I had the curiosity to have a quick look to the other Commissioners' mission letter, and especially on health, so to see if I saw any link, but there is a strong push, I would say, on mental health that you mentioned several times already. And I think what is interesting is that in the mission letter of Teresa Ribera, which would be Executive Vice President in charge of clean, just and competitive transition, it's mentioned that it will be also essential to embed the environmental health nexus in all our policies. And as she will be she will guide all our policies, I think it's really important that we have this in mind. From DG Ener perspective, I would say that we will have four main actions. The first one will be implementation, and you will hear me today saying this several times. I'm sorry for that, but this is really the core of our net mandate, to implement the existing framework and enhance dialogue with member states and stakeholders. That will be key for that. Based on our 2023 recommendation that we issued, we will also issue new guidances, for example, on disconnection, electricity and gas, and on gas phase-out. We will accompany member states in the implementation of the new Social Climate Fund and the redaction of the social climate plans that are due for June this year. We will continue funding EPA, also, the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub, for another 3 years, that will help local authorities and other stakeholders in diagnosing energy poverty and identifying priorities from the local authorities' point of view. And then skills will remain also an important element in order to achieve competitive decarbonized Europe, ranging from skills on renewable energy to skills and knowledge for consumers and policymakers.
Thank you, Mathilde. Well, maybe. Yeah, I think it's a good point you made on an implementation part, because in fact, when we're looking to energy poverty, especially at the policy level, people were saying we lack a definition, we lack proper setting, and now that everything is almost in place, I think it's really time to act on the ground to make the connection between EU level policies and local level policies. So thank you for that. I'll move now for Maria again with a question. So how do you think the World Health Organization can bring the energy poverty or address energy poverty as a topic, especially at European focus, which is very diverse from the global level? So what's the approach of WHO on this area? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question and for the previous presentations. And of course, thanks as well to the organizers that maybe you mentioned it before, but thanks for inviting me. Yes, definitely for WHO, few points. One is that climate change and energy and health agenda, the three of them are extremely connected. I mean, for us, it's almost the same agenda. When we talk about climate change, the way we need to do mitigation of climate change, one of the most immediate benefits will be coming from the reduction of air pollution and the access, increasing access for people to clean sources of energy, and therefore reducing this energy poverty. I think it's very important to keep that in mind, that this is the same kind of agenda. The second point is that interesting the mention before of the role of the health professionals. I think until now, maybe health professionals were more on obviously on the curative, on the care part, and less involved on issues like climate change in health or air pollution in health. And now this is definitely changing very much. We have different networks with health professionals where they are now very much connected to what is climate change for them, what is pollution, and now what is energy. In Europe, the issue of energy is making sure that people will have access and at the prices that will not contribute to this poverty that we have at the moment. So again, we need to work with the energy sector, which is very much now connected to the energy sector. I'm very happy that Teresa Rivera will be the Vice President of the Commission. She has a very good record on transitioning to clean sources of energy and linking that to the health sector. Teresa is very much committed to understanding this connection between energy and health. So I think we need to make sure from the beginning that she will be using the health argument to work more on this energy agenda and the climate change and the zero pollution and the green deal that the European Commission needs to put in place. And another part here is the mayors. I think mayors and urban planners are the ones that needs to be very much involved with the new architecture at the city level, because new materials are needed now to ensure this energy efficiency that maybe in more poor or less privileged part of our society, they will have an issue not only on the energy poverty, but the fact that the building is not well insulated, and therefore they will lose this energy that the prices are very, very expensive. And again, I think we need to link it to the respiratory diseases and the chronic conditions that are increasing our hospital admissions during the winter time, link it to the energy poverty, and making maybe a mapping in our cities of where not only where the most vulnerable for heat waves will be, those who will be needing maybe a special assistance in terms of cooling during the heat waves and having the so-called refuge climatique, but as well a mapping of the people who has energy poverty in the winter time, and they will have difficulties to pay the bills, or they will reduce the use of the heating because they cannot pay it. And how we can provide some special assistance to these people and maybe subsidies or special reductions of the prices. So I think the health argument connected to the energy poverty can be very strong, and our health professionals can definitely play a role as well on using this argument and getting more and more familiar and interacting those two sectors, fundamental health and energy, fundamental. No public health in Europe now and outside Europe if we do not connect this transition to clean sources of energy that are now killing us at the moment, the combustion of those fossil fuels, and not responding to the needs of the people in terms of heating or cooling.
Thank you, Maria. Yes, I fully agree. Like, we have to have, in fact, a whole approach to energy, but also to the environmental action. We are seeing climate change, extreme weather events. We are seeing the impacts of discomfort at homes. More than just the lack of heating or cooling, we are at the European level, we have almost a third of houses with problems of humidity, mold and damp, like in Portugal. A third of homes are with this issue, so it's beyond heating part, beyond the cooling part, is also structural issues that align with what you were saying on the energy transition. So climate action, energy renovation, attention to health, which is in fact what also Matilda was mentioning on the need on implementing things. Thank you for that. So now I go back to Thomas. So you mentioned that you have worked on this article, on this policy brief. And you mentioned there that the public health sector is ready to play its role in the Green Deal and the energy poverty fight. So my question to you is, in fact, how you can be part of that, how we can enable this, not say new, but this alternative dimension or complementary dimension of the health sector.
Yeah, it's a very good question, especially given what you said earlier, also about, of course, the awareness in the public health sector and the healthcare sector, maybe not always being there. I think in the paper we mentioned indeed that the public health sector is ready to act. I suppose here I could also add to that they're ready to act, but they might not necessarily realize it yet, because that's exactly the issue there. We are talking about training is one of the things that we've mentioned there. This goes beyond the energy poverty sector as well, I would say. It's a broader topic where public health actors might not necessarily always take that cross-sectoral approach to it. Might not always be taking into account the climate change or the environmental context. The same thing goes for energy poverty. So in order for them to be able to provide from that perspective, training would be a good way of training of public health professional, perhaps of healthcare workers as well, although there I'd be a little bit more careful because there's already a lot on the plate of healthcare workers. But providing that training is definitely useful when you're looking at the different public health topics, that there's also an energy component there. How does energy poverty impact that health? But I would also be talking about the people who are actually doing the energy poverty intervention. So if you're talking about social workers or people who engage with the community, for them it might also be very useful to know how health plays a role in energy poverty interventions. The example that Miriam gave, for example, about when you have a family and there's someone who has COPD or something of that description, they're reliant on a respirator. How do you deal with that? How do you, on the one side, ensure that you can keep using your medical device while also making sure that the house is sufficiently warm or cold? Do you provide advice on what temperature should you keep the house? How do you do that with the devices that you have on hand? So this kind of training should be part of the design of energy poverty policy. With that sort of, when you then ensure that public health professionals or those people doing community engagement are enabled to provide that perspective, then I would say when it comes to energy poverty policy on the EU level, in Green Deal legislation, in Green Deal related implementation, ensure that these people are also involved in those energy poverty intervention stages from the earliest stage, when you're talking about setting up energy communities, when you're setting up one-stop shops, or when you're developing personalized interventions. Ensure that in addition to including social workers, housing associations, community workers, that you also engage the public health professionals to create that broader approach. Maria was talking about mapping vulnerable groups or marginalized groups. This might also be made more easy because these people might already be nicely established in the community. They might already have the trust. So it pays back in many different ways. I would focus it on that. I think there's no sort of like easy solution there. It's just a very simple question of, well, it's very simple that the member states take their responsibility there. It's very nice that we have EU-funded projects like Wellbase, like EmpowerMed, which allow us to get more in-depth on these topics. There are a lot of people in the community who are ready to do their part. I know of plenty of examples from my own surroundings where people are sort of taking matters into their own hand. But this is not necessarily how it should be going. I think you should be fostering this structurally from the member state level. So when member states set up their energy poverty policy, that should be at the very start. So to answer the original question, it's really a question of including public health professionals, healthcare workers, when possible, at the very start, in combination with all of the other sort of social community actors that are already there.
Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, I think we should also not talk about the health center as a whole. We don't talk about energy sector. We have been even sessions in the morning making a distinction between different layers of participation of types of stakeholders. And there are projects across, I remember from the UK, also in Portugal, a pilot project we have been supporting, trying to get doctors, so family doctors, to support citizens, like for a recommendation on energy advice points, and connect them to other broader things at the community level. So there is a role for researchers on the health side to connect issues of discomfort or other problems related to health with energy. There is the policymakers to trying to bring health into attention and making this connection, because also one of the critical things of the decarbonization of the economy and the renovation of buildings is sometimes this idea of cost effectiveness of investment. And sometimes it's not that, because people were not spending money, they were uncomfortable in their homes, maybe just a sweater or something, so there was no energy consumption to make the calculations for renovation. So the connection with health improvements, air quality, indoor air quality, I think it's important to raise. Matilda, here you were mentioning about the new ideas and the new agenda for the European Commission now. What do you think are the instruments in place that can enable this connection, or what you might think we should work together in the future, all of us, to try to bring this to the attention of the European policy and then national and local policies?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's true. Well, this discussion is really lighting the gaps that we have, and that's really that we can try to work on. Well, once again, we work from the energy perspectives on energy poverty. So this is a multidimensional phenomenon, and we try to encompass everything. But on energy poverty, we issued a recommendation in 2020 to try to, well, first to help member states to identify energy poor households, and we updated and expanded this recommendation in 2023 with a lot of detailed analysis and examples of measures that can address energy poverty, and we try to cover a maximum of angles in there: diagnosis, energy poverty, governance, immediate relief with short-term measures, structural measures to address the root causes of energy poverty, and especially through energy efficiency and building renovation, trust, engagement, communication, skills, and funding. And we clearly mentioned the link with health, but not as the starting points, but more on the consequences of energy poverty. And that's true that we, for the moment, we have considered it. It's more as a consequences of poor housing, the situation of people experiencing energy poverty, were cold, molds, develop respiratory illness that have worsened the situation of energy poor households. But that's true that, as you mentioned, and also the person from WHO, the poverty and income levels have a significant threshold effect on the health sector. The last updated text in the Fit for 55 package, EED and EPBD, reinforced the global approach to energy poverty, recognizing the multidimensional aspects. And health is also better addressed in the framework, and notably through EPBD. In the last version of EPBD, they introduced the notion of good indoor environmental quality, which is essential for health and well-being. In the previous version, we had more reference to indoor climate conditions, which was not really detailed, and which was more a generic approach. Now there is a definition of indoor environmental quality in Article 266. There are some optimal indoor environmental quality to be addressed in new and renovated buildings, measuring and control devices for indoor environmental quality, and the visibility of this in building certificates and renovation passports. I think, well, member states have the competence for regulating this, and they will need to define it and to define the conditions to apply it. The European Commission will issue very soon, a new guidance on this very specific topic. You asked me, well, about the existing tools. Also, what would be, well, how to improve and to address this, strengthen the health dimension. Clearly, well, the implementation of the legal framework, I'm sorry to repeat this, but clearly the EPBD is a good example of member states have 2 years to implement this directive, and it's really crucial that they go in this direction, and it would be the definition of indoor environmental quality will be a first step for this. On the second, from the health perspective, I think
include fight against energy poverty in the prevention policy could also create more link and between our two sectors. And in energy perspective, of course, you mentioned it already, but in the governance, I think more systematically associate health services and prevention on our topic at different levels will really definitely help us combine several policies that have common goal.
Thank you. One of the things, in fact, we have done recently, like last year with the Energy Poverty Advisory, we have a set of indicators trying to connect with the Covenant of Mayors and also trying to enrich the comprehensiveness of assessment of energy poverty was, in fact, to bring 3 or 4 indicators that were available with data related to health. So we tried to bring that dimension already on the Energy Poverty Advisory Indicators framework, but this brings me to a question or a thought about data access, in fact, which might be for any of the panelists, because we struggle a lot with energy-related data on buildings renovation, on the funding investments, and so on. And now with this connection, which makes for me absolute sense to see the impacts on housing, connect with people, monitoring homes as the Well-Based project do, but do this at scale creates maybe some issues, and especially what Thomas, you were mentioning about the connection with the health data. So health data is even more problematic to get than energy data. So maybe just before, I think Maria has to leave sooner, right? So before going to that question on the data, maybe also Maria can comment on that. But I have a specific question for you, Maria, because on the World Health Organization, on the Budapest Declaration from last year, it was mentioning the intention of adopting a whole government, whole society approach to, while paying attention to vulnerable consumers, vulnerable citizens, right? Can you explore a bit more this idea and maybe if you have inspirational cases that apply this approach? And then we come back to the data part. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe if you allow me on the data issue, as you know, one of the critical connections now will be on the national determined contribution, the famous NDCs. WHO has published as well for the COP29 quality criteria for how to make sure that at the country level we incorporate health components into the national determined contributions for climate change. And there can be a very important and interesting place where we can make sure that we incorporate health. Another thing is in the mapping I was describing before on more vulnerable people for heat waves or even for energy poverty. Therefore, the healthcare facilities, the primary healthcare facilities that we have in data of people having asthma or respiratory conditions or obstructive chronic pulmonary diseases. So that's another way that maybe looking for a connection between the two. Regarding the most vulnerable, definitely, as I say, the time of health professionals or public health professionals working exclusively on the health system is over. I mean, now this, our role is to infiltrate any sector that might have an impact on the health of the people, and clearly the energy sector is one of them. So on this particular issue of the energy poverty, making sure that at the level of the Commission, for instance, the two agendas are overlapping a little bit, and looking at the health directorate and the energy directorate, how can they use the different indicators on a win-win way, including the health outcomes as one of the indicators of success on the energy policy, and looking particularly at the most vulnerable population. As you know, the European Parliament just approved a few weeks ago, the new directive on air quality. I think this is fundamental now to put in place this new directive. This will require to look at energy poverty by definition, because you need to reduce sources of pollution. And therefore, one of the sources of pollution is household maybe using still some methods that are not creating a very clean environment at the household level, and putting even more visible this issue of the energy poverty. So I think many connections there that we can explore, and the European Commission should be a kind of champion and leading on some of these initiatives that we all need to put, monitor the health outcomes and use those health outcomes as an incentive, a stronger motivation for accelerating this energy agenda that is so much needed at the moment.
Thank you, Maria. Well, on this part of data, maybe make a question here. Like, we see that, and especially also coming from the energy part, we see that a lot of European projects and a lot of national activities try to get data with citizens. Like from citizens, I want to know, we ask a lot of relevant energy poverty related indicators, but that's a really difficult struggle because we are just getting small samples here and there. So do you think it's relevant to, because the health surveys already have a representation, statistical significant representation of the citizens in most European countries, what's the room to put maybe 2, 3, 4 questions related to energy or energy poverty specifically on health? Maybe Thomas, we can start with you, and if the others want to comment as well.
And you're talking in which context specifically?
National context, for example, or European one, like because we know that there exist health-related surveys already. So maybe there is room for this, making this connection more visible instead of trying to get smaller samples and smaller surveys in there.
I think that room is there. One limitation with that, though, I would say is it is still perception-based data. And well, this is a very, I mean, if you talk about data, you can very quickly get into a very, very detailed discussion. So I'll try to keep it a bit more brief. But yes, I think that can definitely
give examples
be done.
of what you think might be relevant. Like if we start tomorrow, what some suggestions of making this connection more visible?
If you talk about starting tomorrow, then yes, I think absolutely, including, and this is already to some degree being done, of course, in the projects that we're talking about now. There are surveys being done. There is at least a proxy created to at least get a bit of an understanding of how do these measures influence people's health. So that is something that can be done. But I would also, again, bring it back to the sort of more general point, and specifically in the national setting. If you're talking about national legislation, and this is a point that stands for most legislation, I mean, you want to identify what the issue is now. You set a goal of what you want to reach by doing your policy, and throughout that whole process, you monitor the progress. For that, you will at some point require more specific data, i.e., national data collected by National Statistical Office. As said before, that is very difficult when it comes to health, perhaps more so than with energy. So that's a more in-depth discussion that you're then going to have. Okay, are we going to start collecting more detailed health-related data? But then we get also into a discussion about the European Health Data Space, and I won't go there now. But I think that is a core point that I would like to make there as well. We need to move more generally also to policy that is informed by data. And very important last remark to make there, that I think data is important, yes, but it's not an excuse not to do anything right now. It's another thing to make our policy more effective. But I think that's the most important thing, rather than focusing right now on, okay, are we going to do more surveys to inform our policy? Because it's inherently limited still, I think.
Absolutely. So that's not a reason. It was not in the past to get an energy poverty definition, was not now to get more data on things, because we also know the consequences of like improving air quality and stopping fossil fuels use with cleaner fuels, or electrifying our homes, or renovating our homes. So we don't need to have that data to justify the energy transition and the renovation of buildings especially. So I totally agree with that. But that's also maybe for you, Matilda, like we have in the room, even here on the panel, but in the room, people coming from different backgrounds. So maybe NGOs, I know researchers, probably not policymakers are in the room, but coming from different sectors. So what do you think you might need from them on DG Energy side to connect in the future and bring attention more to this health, energy related topic? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Joel, for this. Maybe a short point on data. I think that we now have more data than we need, and we need to learn how to
use them and to really transform them in really actions and yeah, to see some trends and to identify really things. And I think on that we really need to keep on working on artificial intelligence that could really help us on this, and developing new programs to really, yeah, find solution. I deeply believe that there is a path somewhere. But to come back to your question, well, first, in the room, you're NGOs, practitioner, etc. So you're directly on the ground. You have the experience of energy poverty and health issues, and see the cross-cutting issues between the two. So we really appreciate first the discussion here, for example, to hear from you, to hear from the gap analysis that exists. At the European Commission, we are animating a coordination group with member states where we are trying to share good practices. And we are sometimes also have some projects to intervene, to present some, and to create also discussions among member states, and for them to share also the good practices that they have in their countries. So, and we are trying to mirror this by a stakeholder group, with a stakeholder contact group. I think that you're part of it, yeah. And well, of course, a lot of you in the room are also part of this group, but we really welcome also health associations that would be happy to join. Well, the Well-Based project, once again, is really also a nice illustration of the Life Clean Energy Technology Fund that is open every year. So there's been a call this year. There will be another one next year, and focusing on energy poverty. So this is also a way to participate and to take part to the joint effort. And at last, I would say that, as I tried to say at the beginning, I think the focus of this new commission is really willing and aiming to get closer to the citizens, and to improve its communication and trust relationship. There's a lot of work on this, you will say, and I fully agree. But I also think that energy poverty is a very interesting lab where we can really go further on this, and any suggestion is really welcome.
Thank you, Mathilde. So now, taking advantage of your participation here in the room, we have, I think, 4 or 5 minutes. Maybe you have a question for one of our panelists. Yeah, in the back there. Maybe a micro. Maybe a micro, because to Maria, to you. Thank you.
Got a big voice sometimes, but microphone will help. Thank you. It might be seen as a bit of a facile, silly question, but I'll try and frame it anyway. Right, okay. Just sorry about this. Going to the etymology, right? Energy. It comes from a word in Greek, which means work from within. Okay. So we have this word in the English language, and it's probably got a similar transliteration into other languages. Anyway, energy. So, at the moment I'm quite tired, physically tired. So my energy is low. I've been eating. I possibly ate too much upstairs just before. So that's probably a justification why my energy is low. Okay. But what we're talking about is surely how energy systems, because an energy system can be seen as so many things. It could be, perhaps, you could classify it perhaps as any organic entity. So it could be a human being, it could be another creature, it could be coal, it could be oil. And I think we're dealing with something very, very complex indeed. Perhaps we don't even realize how complex it is. And we're living in a world where general energy is being dissipated, we're talking about energy and energy systems like coal and oil.
Can you try to question?
And we're also talking about mental health. So how this dislocation in general energy systems, which could be a human being, could be another creature, could be coal, could be oil. Are we using the right sort of methodology to actually integrate these different energy systems? Because I actually think, as was mentioned in this morning's session, that we perhaps have to go back to the drawing board and think again how we're actually wasting human potential and ruining the planet. And we have to sort of reorient. Are we capable as a species of putting our energies together to think of a new way, a new system to actually stop things from collapsing?
Okay, thank you. No, I think, and before getting the mic to the other participants, just to say that energy poverty is a multidimensional issue coming from energy, economics, social, environmental issues. So adding a health dimension, which is also has the same drivers and multidimensionality is in fact a complex issue. Maybe any of you want to comment, Maria online or any of?
Just to maybe to repeat what I said earlier is that as from now we already seen health as a more consequences of energy poverty, and that's true that the well-based projects really shows another approach to how and as a way to better identify energy poors. And that's true that when we are speaking also with member states, there is a clear difficulty to identify who is energy poor and who needs this help, and to better target targets and to really focus on the group that is really the most vulnerable. So this I think there is a room for health to also help member states and at a local level also, and it would be the next panel, to identify the energy poor households and to help them through the health approach.
Yeah, maybe just a very quick comment, because it is in a way quite philosophical. I would like to see that concept built from the ground up to be focused on the right to the highest attainable standard of health and the right to energy. I'm not sure how we define that, but I would love to see a policy approach in which we build it up from that very point. I'm hammering social issues and equity in this concept because I think that is one of the most important aspects of access to energy and of course then also in particular energy poverty. The most important thing there being, again, that I would like to emphasize, that we ensure that especially people who might be most marginalized or vulnerable households, that those are exactly the ones that we should be helping first. And if we're talking about reconceptualizing the way in which we use energy, that's how I would like to see that, absolutely.
Thank you. Maria, some final words?
So I think there is only one answer, which is to accelerate, no matter what, this transition to different sources of energy. This mixture that we have now, those percentages from where the sources of energy definitely needs to change for health purposes, but as well for economic purposes. So this Green Deal that we all are committed in Europe to has to be accelerated, because there is a very strong argument to accelerate that, which is that people is getting killed by not having access to clean sources of energy. Rather, they are contributing to pollution, or they are sending our people to hospitals because they cannot heat in their household, or is destroying our environment, which as a consequence will have a negative impact in our health as well. So the answer is accelerating this Green Deal and this transition to clean sources of energy. Using the health argument can help a lot, I'm convinced. And then this is the only way we can survive as a society at the moment. The reliance on fossil fuels needs to change.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the three of you. Please, a round of applause. Thank you. We'll move to the next panel. Thank you.
Exactly, yeah. Thanks a lot, and thanks so much, Dr. Naida, for your participation and for staying much longer than you had initially foreseen. Thank you. Yeah, so now let's move to the next panel where we would rather look into how local authorities can practically connect those two fields and deal with this complex issue of energy poverty. So I will hand over to Lucy for the moderation. For the speakers, you can please also come already on stage. And just one advice, I was being told that whenever you don't talk, please switch off your mic. Otherwise, there is some sound interference. So please just switch it on when it's your turn. So thanks a lot, Lucy, for moderating.
All mics are the same, are they? They work. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Thank you very much. I realise you've been sat for an hour and a half. Don't know if you'd like to get up and stretch or do some exercises or something. That's absolutely fine. And it's a real pleasure to be here. My name's Lucy Middlemiss. I'm from the University of Leeds in the UK, and I've been heavily involved in well-based, principally through the qualitative data collection, qualitative data analysis on the project, which has been a very rich experience to see some huge enthusiasm from our intervening colleagues who are looking to change things in their city, and that we've looked at 6 extremely different cities across the European Union and beyond, in the UK and Turkey as well. And to have this to see the passion of the people in the intervening teams has been a real honour, actually, to be part of that and to be following that as a researcher has been a real pleasure. So thank you very much for the invitation to chair today. I'm going to introduce the speakers first, and then we have a few questions to work through. I will ask different questions of different people, and it will be a surprise as to what you get asked. But really what we're trying to draw out in this session is the more local experience of interventions and change. So we're really lucky to have 3 cities represented. I will go along my list. So we have Alejandro López Parejo from Getafe City Council. Alejandro works on healthy homes and regeneration, and that's what he's talking about today. Getafe is in Spain. We have Victoria Pellicer working at Clima y Energía in Valencia as an energy officer. And Victoria was also part of the Well-Based project when it started, so that's really nice to have you here. On the screen, we have Laurine Gagliolo, Vice President of Environment and Energy for the city and metropolis of Besançon in France. Very, very glad to have you here, Laurine. Maybe you could say something so we can know if your microphone is working and so on.
Hello, everybody. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you perfectly. Thank you very much. And then last but not least, Elena Rocher, Health Project Officer from Valencia Innovation Capital, formerly known as Las Naves, but in case anybody knows you under those terms. And Elena has been responsible for, I think you said something along the lines of ensuring the health focus of Well-Based. The health guardian of... Yes, yeah, of the project. So, in fact, I'm going to turn to you for my first question, which is about the link between health and energy poverty, and specifically for cities. I want to know why you think this is important to be talking about these 2 things at once.
Okay, thanks for the question. I mean, it's going to be a little bit difficult to contribute with something new because with the previous panel, I mean, have done all spoiler to all my intervention. But okay, in any case, I will try to share some very quick key messages. I mean, I think we have seen in the previous interventions that energy poverty affects health, affects physical and mental health, and affects those who are most vulnerable. So we have in a city people living in different areas, vulnerable people affected by energy poverty, and so we have here a situation of inequalities within the city, between different neighborhoods, because those more vulnerable have poor health, and energy poverty exacerbates this poor health, these inequalities, and so we have that as policymakers, as political representatives of a city, we have to tackle with an issue of equity and social justice. This is to start. This is the first point. And then, I mean, we have been talking about the green transition, the climate change, adaptation, mitigation strategies. I mean, we have many challenges to face, but we have to change the model. We have to change the model, but when we do that, when we implement the changes, when we implement this way, health matters. I mean, the interventions, the kind of measures, the kind of policies we promote to do these changes, to this new model, impacts on the health of the people, because, you know, we as city responsible, we have to we cannot forget that citizens have to be at the center of our policies. So we have to consider the health impact of all what we do when we move to this new model for a fair transition. And then last also, but not least, I mean, I would like to highlight the role of the health professionals, okay? Because, I mean, this is the way that we can, like, contribute to narrow the gap between both the domains, health and energy. I mean, health professionals work on the ground, and they can identify and detect potential cases of energy poverty when they provide these services at the healthcare, at the primary health centers. So they can detect these cases, they can look at the data of health data that they have from their patients, and they can also have a very important role acting as reference to possible resources that all these vulnerable people can use to, like, mitigate somehow this situation of energy poverty. And also health professionals can work with the community to detect the cases in the different neighborhoods. And also, as Thomas was suggesting in the previous panel, it's important also to start to include public health professionals in all these measures, in all the planning and all the building and the interventions to retrofitting, to I don't know, to build new green areas, to any building or intervention or planning intervention within the city. I think that public health professionals should be there and take care of this.
Thank you very much. If you can turn the mic off when you've used it, that's great. And then back on when you're using it again. Yeah, Elena, it occurs to me in all of that there's something about the city scale where there's this really strong possibility of bringing different people together to act on things, which maybe is different at different scales. I mean, we've seen today actually people talking at the European scale about trying to work together, but there's something very practical about being able to do that in a city on something like health and energy at the same time. So the public health people in the room with the people interested in intervening in energy. Is that right? I mean, I think that's what you mean by the health professionals engaging in this. Yeah.
Well, I think that we can start by, like, to build the right governance structures. Okay, I mean, I think that we will hear some very interesting examples now in this panel, but I mean, it's a challenge to build these necessary governance structures because we have, if we want to apply what we will call a health in all policies approach, we have to involve not only health professionals, but also professionals from other sectors, from the energy sector, the urban planning sector, and don't forget the health professional sectors, and then work together. And also, many times the cities don't have all the power, all the full competences to act in and to implement concrete interventions, because, I mean, maybe the competence is at the regional level or even at the national level. So you have to build the committee, the right committees, cabinets, wherever executive bodies, sharing that you are going to act from the right to energy, right to health, social justice, to share common values, but also to work together and to coordinate. The cities have the challenge to coordinate this governance from multi-sectoral levels, from coordinating several domains, but also different territorial or different levels of government. So this is a very challenge, but it's possible.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to move to Louise now, if possible. So Louise, you're particularly welcome here for being a politically elected representative, and I'm interested to hear about examples of innovative practice in Besançon, but perhaps also to reflect on the ways in which you've built political capital to act on these things. It would be really interesting to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So first of all, you need to know that here at Besançon, which is a city east of France, we have a team that make assessments at home for the people. So during our at-home energy assessments, we measure the quality of the air, and we also check the security of energy equipment such as gas. However, I will say that our most innovative practice is our global vision at that issue. For example, we have a strategy against endocrine disruptors within our One Health policy. So we will also prevent the exposure to hazardous substance during energy assessments. For example, all smelling candles or home perfume to hide the humidity smell that have adverse effects on the health. And even more global, regarding summer energy poverty, we made a thermographic survey in order to identify the heat islands to intervene in priority within our multi-stakeholder partnership, urbanism good for health.
That's really interesting. So, what do you do once you've identified the heat island? What can you do about this? What are the strategies to take forward?
So we identified the specific part of the city that to do some work, and we will plant some trees. We will deal with water for water to go on the soil and provides to trees. We also going on white surface without for albedo, because it's really important for albedo. So we have a holistic approach, and we try also that CD have several places where people can have a fresh atmosphere. So yeah, we have this approach.
Oh, thank you very much. There was one other question I had about the internal air quality of homes. Really interesting that you're talking to people about candles and other forms of actually pollutants that people are adding in the home. How is that working for you? Are people receptive? Do they want to hear these messages around that, or reluctant perhaps to listen? Or
yeah, we have a little guide, with all the things that at home we need to be careful about this and this and this. So we have a little guide that we can give to people, and we think that telling them that they have humidity smell in home, but using smelling candles, they use something that may be not good for them for another reason. So just telling them that they can't know if no one tells them. So we just make links between different things, and I don't know if they're trash, if they're smell candles, but they know.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you're right. You can only act if you know, and a lot of these things are quite unfamiliar to people. I think certainly we found that in the qualitative work we did with Wellbase, that people are not so familiar with the internal air quality information as they are perhaps with the warmth, knowing that they should access warmth or cooling. I think that's yeah. Alejandro, let's turn to you next, and maybe you can take a microphone. You need to turn it on as well. So what about in Getafe? What kind of innovative practice are you engaging in that is really to try and tackle these two things together, energy and health, in your city?
So I think we developed like two lines or two products that I would like to tell you. Is the first, the team that are very close to the people, to the neighbors, and it's a multidisciplinary team with social workers, with technicals, with administrative people, and they are trying to give the answers, maybe not the solutions, but the answers to the people, and being so close to everyone in the municipality. And that's very important for us. And we developed that with an European project, an European Urban Initiative project, and Old Urban Innovative Action. And through this project, I think we could rebuild the trust between people and municipality, because after COVID-19, everything went so quickly, and the administrations also got a step back, I think, in order to be close to the people. We said like, no, okay, you have to call, you have to go online, search on Google, and take the meeting online, not directly. And we try to develop a new way of reaching people from the public service, from that public service that we develop inside the European project. And at the same time, that was with the neighbors. And at the same time, in a very strategical perspective, we start working on identify, as in Besançon and other cities, identify the main vulnerable areas in our municipality based on economical and social situation, and also on the typology of the buildings. And based on that typology of the buildings, we try to give solutions, energy-based solutions, and also constructive solutions to the buildings. So those lines of work we developed in the project and after the project, and now we are continuing working with that in parallel, because if we are thinking about strategical terms but not giving the solution to the citizens, it won't work, because citizens will identify that we are only thinking about the future but not about the present problems. So for me, the two innovative, it's not that innovation, but I would say it worked pretty good, was giving the answer to the people and trying to stay together with them, create that trust between public authority and the citizens, and at the same time trying to think forward and create our strategy for the future, for the next 10, 20 years in our municipality.
That's really interesting. I think there's something else that's innovative in there, though. It's around, you said right at the beginning, creating teams, multidisciplinary teams to face people because of that need to rebuild trust and the need to show really that the local council is working in a coordinated way, like across these different things. So if speaking from experience in the UK, that can be very challenging actually, because some people within the specialist teams don't really want to work with each other. Maybe they think actually the important thing is health, this energy poverty nonsense, it'll go away if I ignore it. So did you have any challenges in bringing those multidisciplinary teams together?
Yeah, every single day, I think. We have the challenge of, I think I would like to tell you, we are working now on our urban agenda, and the new urban agenda we're working has 3 main lines, and it's equality, gender perspective, and energy poverty.
Mm-hmm.
And based on that, a new urban agenda in the municipality, we want to develop all the new policies in the municipality. We are just starting, but what I want to explain is it is something holistic in the municipality. Mm-hmm. It's not about health services. It's not only about social services. It's not only about housing, as we are. It's about a municipality perspective and a vision of the city for the future, for the present and for the future. And we are working on that, not because we identified those 3 main lines in one day to other, but because we had I may say the help of the European Commission at that point with this European project with EPIU, the Energy Poverty Intelligence Unit. And after that, we identified it was necessary to give that strategical perspective to the city with the social terms, with the social perspective, and based on social, health, energy poverty, gender, and equality. Mm-hmm. Because otherwise, the plans and the strategies we were developing before weren't that deep in the solutions, and they didn't work as well as they should, because they weren't taking care of the social perspective and the neighbor's reality, mm-hmm. which is the most important thing, I may say.
Yeah, it strikes me that there's that need to sort of center the governance around these values of, in your case, equality, gender, energy poverty. There's sort of fairly deep goals that you have and the leadership has to be behind that, presumably. Yeah. So I can see that that's a really it's quite an innovative approach to governing a city to make sure that you really achieve those things. Yeah. I can see Lohine nodding as well. Let me give Victoria a chance to say something. So perhaps you can tell us also that my question around an innovative practice. And for Valencia, what are the things that are going on that you feel are a bit different or are really kind of starting to make some improvements on bringing together these 2 agendas, the energy and health agendas?
Okay, so thank you, Lucy. Very happy to be here. Thank you. I would like to share with you what we are doing in terms of in the framework of the municipal strategy to address energy poverty. But it's a work in progress as well. And let's see. So we are currently developing this municipal strategy to address energy poverty. And so far, what we have achieved until now is that we have, first, a preliminary draft of the strategy, which has been written by us, by the Energy Service, in collaboration with external stakeholders like charities, NGOs, energy cooperatives working on energy poverty. Let's say that it's not with health actors, it's in the energy domain. But after that, we have create a multi-sectorial commission. This is a commission established by the local government, and there it includes representatives from different municipal services, more concretely from housing, energy, social affairs, consumer protection, and health. So here we have, let's say, in the governance of that strategy, we have the health department inside. And the role of this commission is to review this first draft, action by action, and discuss about its feasibility and if these actions can be implemented or not, and which will be the role of each municipal service. So if you want, I can give some examples of what health service has said that they could do in terms of energy poverty. Let's say it's been that the other side, not we energy saying, but the other side. So for example, in terms of awareness communication campaigns, the communication campaigns that health municipal service launch with information about how to have a healthy life, let's say healthy habits. So they will include, I talk in the future because it's not, that not has happened yet, but the plan is that they will include also advices that our energy one-stop shop gives to them, advices on how to cope with heat waves, advices on the impact of mold and dampness in the health, so on. So in terms of communication. Then also in terms of detection, we will bring our one-stop shop mobile to the health centers. So that way people who, visitors who attend their medical appointments can also learn that there is a municipal service that can help you on the energy bills. It seems a small thing, but that has not happened yet. Because we had not talked still. So they said, okay, so bring your energy office to our spaces. Then in terms of training as well, we will, I guess Elena will explain, we will continue the work that Well-Based Project had initiated on training professionals from the health centers, GPs, nurses, social workers, so on. Because we have seen that they are key detectors for helping us to detect energy poverty people. We also will continue working with individuals, with mutual collective spaces for support, also building on the Well-Based Project, where we have proved that these spaces for sharing has been a positive effect on their mental health. And we will also include a module, let's say some contents on some trainings that the health service offers to schools, senior centers, and other spaces. So they talk about healthy habits, healthy food, healthy whatever. So we will also include some tips on how having a home, a comfort in the home also impacts on your health.
Thank you very much. One of the things that really strikes me from across the group is this, that the role of the health actors is quite often to know people and to know who needs what and who's vulnerable and this kind of thing. It's really interesting, actually, that we maybe in the energy world, we're not so good at that. We haven't got those good links through, whereas public health as a profession, you need to have those things in a way. So that feels like an opportunity associated bringing together energy agenda and health agenda. What other opportunities can you see? So what do you think are the big opportunities here for shaping your cities or the world more generally in relation to health and energy? What are the good opportunities around that? Who wants to start? Has anyone got an idea?
Yeah, I can go if you want.
Yeah.
I'm really okay with what you just said. In many cases, when we identify an energy poor household, and that in the case we have the opportunity to go at home for the energy assessments, we also state many of the issues related to health and to budget management, for example. It's important for us that we don't ignore the elephant in the room, So it's important for us to have partners that can help people with real issues. And in the other end, other professionals intervening at home, such as nurses, for example, may also observe energy poverty. So I think it's an opportunity to work closely together, not only to identify households, but also to support them with holistic solutions that can really improve their situation. So that's kind of what you said, but it's really, really important for us.
Thank you very much, Louise. What other opportunities are there then? Has anyone got anything else to add? Alejandro?
So, for instance, in our case, we are working in different scales, so home, building, and neighborhood. And the opportunity for us was to start coordinating the actions on the ground with urbanism department, with maintenance department, with other departments, not only social services, because at the beginning of the project, and it was in 2021, we have a very strong relationship between social services and housing department, because it was very well linked one with the other. And it is mostly about home, that's true. But what we identify, and I think we all agree about that, is maybe home and building is more related with physical health, and mental health could be also related with the neighbor scale. And we start working after that in that neighbor scale, after identifying the main vulnerable areas, and based on that, trying to develop the actions in a coordinated way, together with urbanism, with maintenance, and the other departments that are working on the ground directly. So I think that's an opportunity, because usually technical departments or construction technical, because social is also technical maybe, yeah? Not maybe, sure. But construction, and I'm architect, construction departments usually have only that perspective of renovation and rehabilitation in technical terms, and not taking care about the social impact and the health impact. So for us, the opportunity was to start thinking about that, start working together. We have that kind of commission. It's not official, an official one. We are trying to develop that official commission between urbanism, housing, social services, and health. And in order to develop any renovation on the street, which is inside the vulnerable areas, because we want to do it coordinate all together.
But in a way, you're saying the health, involving health is allowing you to make those links between household, building, community, and beyond. It's really interesting, yeah. So maybe it's one of the strengths of the public health discipline and way of seeing that you have this possibility to link between those layers in a way that maybe you couldn't do before, yeah.
But for us, it's also difficult, because I don't know in Valencia, but at least in Madrid, what happens is that usually health services are from the regional government, and I think it's also the same in Valencia, and it is difficult inside the municipality to coordinate with different departments. It is even more difficult, of course, to coordinate with regional institutions. So we are starting first with municipal departments, trying to coordinate all together. And after that, or maybe in parallel, we could start working with the regional services, in this case with health service, regional service. But it's also difficult to coordinate with them and to have a contact to make a methodology to collaborate together. So.
Thank you very much. What about either of you? Elena, would you like to go next in terms of the opportunities here?
Complementing what Alejandro was saying, in fact, it's in Valencia is the same. So health is, in fact, in Spain belongs to regional competence, to the regional government. The cities have only a little space on health promotion, which is what Victoria was saying about what they have doing with the health municipal department. Okay, they do these kind of things. In the framework of work-based, in the Citizen School for the Right to Energy, which was our most innovative measure or action in our pilot, we did capacity training to different kind of stakeholders, not only to energy poverty participants, was Vicky was telling before, but we design some capacity training for public public health technicians at the regional government, okay? And also for GPs and community nurses. We did some capacity building on energy poverty and effects on health. And also with them, we try to design like a sort of roadmap to do a sort of as a recommendation or social prescription with people that they can detect when they provide the attention at the health center. Once they have detected this person, what they have to do to mitigate the situation, to target them to the right resources. In this case, it was the municipal energy office. So with them, we designed this roadmap on how we define the steps we have to do to identify these people, but the kind of data and information they have to look at and watch, but with them, but also with the community. I mean, in this, it is important to bring, also, I think that the community, the community leaders, community initiatives, community networks also have a very important role, at least in the case of the city of Valencia, because its primary health center has to create a mixed body of participation with health professionals from the health center and community NGOs, neighborhood associations, community leaders in the area of influence. So we invited them also to these capacity trainings, and all together we designed this kind of roadmap and how we could, from the community, from the municipal service, and from the health, the GPs and the community nurses, how we can identify a person which can be in a potential case of energy poverty, and what they have to look at, and then what they have to do. And also we identify the barriers and the facilitators to do that task, because it's not so easy for a person who is in energy poverty to talk about it in front of her doctor or nurse or a neighborhood or somebody who knows from the street, from the community. So, I mean, this was interesting. It's a way of also narrowing the gap. No, to use the community and because also in Valencia there are many GPs, and also I know in England as well, in other places, the work with the community is really, really important for that.
Did you want to add something as well, Victoria?
Yes, well, it's simple, but it's true that I think that bringing the two agendas together provide us like a common ground for the discussion with different stakeholders. But I have to say it's also with different political parties, because in our case, we defined this first draft with the former local government. Then it changed, and we said, okay, we will have to start again to explain what is it exactly. And in the first meeting of this commission that I mentioned earlier, we had to explain from the beginning what was energy poverty. But by linking it with the health issue, has been proven like a very powerful argument to make the issue more tangible, more relatable. And well, I think that has helped us a lot.
That's really interesting. Okay, so we have a bit of amount of time left. About 10 minutes? 15? 15 minutes, good. So what I want first is to go around, and I'm going to give you all a chance to answer this question. And it's really about, what do you want from other entities as cities, or in your case, Elena, as someone who oversees this issue as a research practice? What would you like other people to be doing differently? And we have, I think, still people from the European Commission in the room. You know, what's your wish list in a way? You can maybe give me one thing each that you would like to change, and it might be that, you know, within your city, it might be at European level, it might be to do with communities you work with. What should change if you had a magic wand and you can make change happen? Do you want to go first, Victoria?
Well, I'm not lawyer, so I don't know who has to recognize what, but I guess it would be EU, because it won't be our national government. But I would ask the recognition of the right to energy as a fundamental right, link it with the right to health, because it has been proven that if we want to guarantee the right to health, which is something already recognized, we also need to guarantee the access of essential energy services, and that will oblige or will make national governments do some changes. In the case of a Spanish case, we will imply changes on the energy market and the energy regulation, let's say, and if we want to address energy poverty, we need to talk about some issues that now no one is doing in Spain. I mean, nothing is changing in terms of debt cancellation, for example, ban of disconnections, and so on. So I think that the framework of right to energy is what can help us to start talking about deeper changes needed.
Very nice, very, very powerful response, and I hope people in the room are listening. Who wants to go next? Alejandro, are you ready?
Yeah, okay, sure. So I would say support from the European level, but also national level, and also regional, because I mean, I'm here as representing Getafe, which is a city of 200,000 people in the southern area of Madrid. And we are a medium-scale city, we say, in Spain. We are not Valencia, or we are not Barcelona, we are not Zaragoza or Seville. So the capability of medium-scale cities to face these goals we all have around Europe is very low, actually. We can't innovate much with the solutions because we don't have the resources. And I'm not talking also about supporting in an economical perspective, but also recognizing from the political perspective that innovation needs also accept that sometimes you are not getting the goal that you were supposed to. So that's important, I think, also from the European level and the national level to give that perspective when we start with innovation projects, because otherwise municipal government they can't afford innovation because the neighbors are on the street, and then when they go out from the city council, from the town council, if something is not going as good as it is supposed, then people will tell them. So if they don't have the support from other institutions in other levels, it is much more difficult to face innovation. So I would say support economically, of course, because we have real problems to face innovation with the low budget for innovation, I mean, but also recognizing those good practice that we try to develop. I don't know if we will reach that, but we try to develop good practice in order to innovate and give new solutions from the municipal level, which is so difficult.
That's really, really nice. So one of the things that occurs to me around that is, you know, with my children, if they fail, I don't then just tell them to leave the house, like you're no longer in my family. No, the failure is learning, isn't it? We learn from failure, and we learn also from, I mean, sometimes failure can become success once we've worked out how to get over the challenges that face us, and innovation, that is so important, I think, Laurine, would you like to make a contribution? So what would you like? What's your wish list?
Money. You know, our difficulties in France for doing our budgets. I think we must go on and further with the multi-level policy engaged by EU institutions. We need ambitious policies, but we know that cities are in the front line to put them in action. So we need direct access to European funds to meet our ambitious targets. And I also I also think that cooperation between cities is fundamental, and initiatives such as EPA and Energy Cities networks that we are on are really helpful for us, and we need to make it last, even strengthen our connections. For instance, I want to invite you in Besançon. I will be glad to host you in Besançon for the next annual conference of Energy Cities in April 2025 to work forwards a fair and inclusive local energy transition.
Thank you very much for the invitation. That's very nice. And I think that, I mean, it's very nice that you're also emphasizing the links between cities, because Well-Based has been all about linking together 6 cities in an intensive way over 4 years and really getting to know each other and to understand the challenges that different people face. And in fact, today I had one of the cities approach me to ask about something that they saw in Leeds and they'd like to replicate in their city. So we're just visiting each other, and we learn a lot from each other, talking over many years. We learn a lot from each other, I think. So Miriam, I think we have a little bit of time left. I'm just wondering if we have time for questions from the floor. Yes. Does anybody in the audience, would anyone like to ask a questions? Oh, you haven't responded? Oh, you haven't done your wishes. Sorry. Go. We'll let Noemi, Noemi. we'll let Elena do her wishes first, okay. and then Irene, go.
Okay, recognition of energy poverty as a public health problem, legal framework to make compulsory health impact assessment of public policies and public funding programs, and I come from Valencia, politicians to believe in science.
Politicians who believe in science, yeah. Irene, would you like to ask a question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask the question specifically to Victoria, but for all of the program, because in Barcelona, and also because I'm working, I said before, on energy poverty and children, doing my PhD on that, and one of the things we learned in a paper that we did with Lucy was that there's like not specific public policies and there's like under detection, so that I found it very interesting when you said that also public health, like family doctors or pediatricians could help with the identification and the detection, because also, at least in Spain, all energy poverty subsidies have a large non-take-up, and then it's really worrying because we also learn in our assemblies that people that are in the most vulnerable positions, like migrants or people with children, most of the cases, are afraid to go to social services because they are afraid of their kids being taken from them, and they are afraid of, I don't know, like too many questions being asked or their lives being like targeted. Sometimes it can happen. So I found it very interesting. And my question is, how did they respond to that? Because that's one thing that we have been trying to do in Barcelona, and it didn't kind of worked that much, because public health professionals, because we are working there with the public health agency a lot in Barcelona, and family doctors said that pediatricians were more keen on doing that, because they said they could recognize if the kid is like overdressed or if it's not. I mean, a lot of things that they could say, okay, then let's go to social, but then it goes to social services again, which the families are trying to avoid. Then how would you do that, or how would they answer to that? And I think that that's like a very interesting proposal, because it's like not the impacts on health, but how can help with the detection.
Okay, Irene, my colleague Elena and my colleague Pilar were the two who did the trainings with the health professionals, and Irene is asking how they respond, how they react, because they had that experience. I think they, correct me, I think you were not focused on pediatrics or on the capacity buildings. They were not focused on the issue of children, families with children. But I don't know.
There was a small part that we, when we address the impacts of on health and vulnerable populations during the training program, there was a small part of that we address the impacts on childhood. Yes, and in fact, it was coming from a study from Barcelona, from I think that the Public Health Agency of Barcelona. We use that one to illustrate, to communicate the effects of energy poverty on the health of children. And they were like, well, I mean, in the course there were some GPs, also health public technicians from the regional government. They didn't know anything about energy poverty, to be honest. It was like the first time they started to think in that dimension, in the energy poverty as a health problem, but they received it very well, and they started to think, okay, I have seen some patients, I recognize some patients that have the symptoms and so on. So they apply it quickly to their daily actions. And so that's what they say. We cannot do so many questions. We cannot, I mean, they try to apply it to the reality, the roadmap and the protocol.
Thank you very much. We have time for one more, probably? No? No, I thought I saw a hand up. Maybe not then. Thank you very, very much for our panel. It's a really interesting discussion. I enjoyed it very much. For me, it's been a big learning process being involved in well-based, understanding cities, understanding how cities work, and this has been part of that. So I appreciate very much your time, particularly those of you that haven't been involved in well-based, but obviously the local team as well. And maybe we can have a round of applause to finish off, please.
Thank you very much, Lucy, for leading this panel, and thanks to all the speakers of this panel and of the previous one. I think the discussions were really interesting and insightful. It sounds like there is an awareness of what health can do to energy poverty and the other way around, but maybe more in an unofficial way still. I think when I heard the EU panel this morning and also Mathilde this afternoon, there is still not this official recognition. I think we would need to see something also in legislative text so that Elena's desire to see energy poverty being recognized as a public health issue is really, it becomes reality. So if I wrap up what I heard, it sounds like health improvements may happen more by accident for now, rather than being really something that is, due to systematic work and because health has been really included as of the beginning. So something that we need to change is probably to involve, as we were saying, public health professionals and all the actors as of the beginning, and also people in energy poverty, obviously, as of the beginning of the very first planning stage of energy poverty interventions and of policies and strategies. For that, we would need to better use data that is there, better connect the data that is there, better analyze it probably as well. I think the use of the national energy and climate plans, and also in some countries we already have some national energy poverty observatories, they can certainly be the places where those data could converge. And that would be at the national level. And by the way, I think the EU, we've heard that the EU has already done quite some bits, and much of the implementation is now rather in the national government's hands. So probably if we want to lobby a bit more, maybe the next big direction should go more towards the national governments, I would say. On the other side, I think, especially in this panel, we've heard to which extent the local level is already really very active, very, very innovative as well. I think maybe there is also an advantage compared, obviously, to the EU and the national level, that setting up some more innovative governance structures might go faster than at other governance levels. But still, I'm really congratulate all of you for the work you've done. Because it sounds like, you managed to bring more people together, and there are so many great examples from the local level that I would wish this could be spread a bit more, and we would have some more also maybe at city level, city networking, peer-to-peer actions, whatever, around energy poverty and health, so that those local examples can kind of cross-fertilize amongst cities. And yeah, I thought what is interesting is also to go beyond homes, to not only say energy poverty is what happens in the home, but really to use all the layers that we mentioned beforehand related to the socio-ecological model. So also neighborhoods, for example, as Alejandro was saying. And I also heard that resources are needed to make this happen. It might be easy also to free those resources if we think of the cost of inaction around health problems. We might need to quantify these better. That can maybe also happen in new programs or projects. And yeah, and I would just like to end to say that, yeah, let's continue to defend this right to energy and right to health, but maybe as one single struggle, because that's what we need and what we heard today. So, and we will hear more actually on the next day. So this links up to the next sessions that will come up. We end today with this one on health, but the Right to Energy Forum continues for 2 more days. And I want, again, thank very much the Right to Energy Forum people for allowing Wellbase to have this space for dialogue and to bring all of you together. I think it's a very first step to have more collaboration in the field. So thanks very much to all of you. Thank you, Louise. And yeah, and maybe I have still 2 slides that I almost forgot, which is that from Wellbase, we have some really cool and interesting resources, reports that are on our website. So don't hesitate to have a look there and to keep on checking the website, because there might be new ones in the next weeks as we get to the final stage, as I was saying, and more data will come out. And we will organize a final conference in February, on the 20th of February in Valencia. And you're all very welcome to join to continue the discussion of today and yeah, to bring maybe new knowledge in, because in the next months, maybe new things will come up. So hopefully we'll see you all there. Thank you.
I should have guessed you would pull me up. Yeah, well done. It's really good. Thank you. And the delivery one is really good. Oh, good. Congratulations to you and Beverly and Peppa. Have you seen it as well? Yeah. Yes, yeah, last week I sent the last version. Thanks so much. Yeah, I feel like you have the easy